Take a break.
I need to fix that take a break so that it doesn't come in right at the beginning. What's up? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Me? Let's see here. Is everything working? I think everything is working. Raven going live. Hello. How are you? How are you today? I will say this is either going to be a long one or it's going to be half ep. It's going to be one of the two, depending on my voice. My voice is a little bit gone. I've been trying to take it easy, but it's why I probably needed to do the second half of the last one on Sunday, and I did it on Monday instead, which was likely a mistake. But that's fine. We're here. And if we do this one as a half ep, I will definitely not do the other half next Monday. That would be ridiculous, and I won't do it. Alrighty. What up, what up, what up? G Herka, Valkyrie, hello. Are we supposed to get ads at the start of stream? Sometimes. YouTube is both very good about ads and very bad at the same time. Like, in a very weird way. Where it's just, like, very uncontrollable. But is, like, it's generally very hands-off unless I manually tell it to. But then sometimes they'll just throw a random ad in there, and I have no control over it. And I don't know why it does this. I really wish, something that I really, really, really wish is that they would disable ads for channel members. That'd be really cool. Take a page out of Twitch's playbook. That's what I thought. I was just making sure. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. Okay, but yeah, if my calculations are correct, this is looking like a 7.5 hour stream if I don't split it at all, which means that I might end up splitting it. We'll see. So, but, also, I kind of wrote a fucking novel for the takeaway. So we might just have to get into that. We might have to get into that real quick because I'm going to try to summarize my own writings, but I was just word vomiting onto the page. So, we might have to get into that real fast. Expecting YouTube to do things for the people paying them? No. That's insane. What up, John? Hello. Let's see. So, yeah. So, I have, like I said, lots of shit. I'm not going to read it all word for word, but it will be on screen if you want to pause either in the VOD and go back and read it or not. That's up to you. So I was thinking a lot, and I'm jumping right into it. I was thinking a lot about frustration because something stuck with me from the counterspell discussion at the end of last stream, which was long, and I understand if you were watching it on the VOD and you didn't want to sit through it. That's fair. I thought it was a good conversation, but it was a bit in the weeds, especially if you weren't there live. But something that either Pharaoh or Sarah said stuck with me, where they were just like, I think that frustration can be good separate from it being a challenge to overcome. Like, I think that just frustration broadly can be a good thing. And I thought a lot about that. and I marinated in that a lot, and I went and watched some things that I'd watched on Frustration and found some new things. So I will say, I think my thoughts are that frustration in games arises when there's a gap between the effectiveness that a player thinks their strategy will have versus the effectiveness of that strategy in actual play, which can be is sort of the Souls-like example that I used last stream of like evidence of a challenge to overcome, new skills, new knowledge to be gained. But in that example, and in a lot of games, honestly, I think D&D is kind of in the minority here. The fact that you can respawn and the fact that you know in like a meta sense that there are other people who have effectively implemented a strategy means that if you're not effectively implementing a strategy, you know that it is like kind of on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know that there is an effective way to do this, which isn't necessarily always the case with D&D. You don't know if there was just a better way to do this or if we shouldn't have fought this in general. It's a much more vague situation in D&D. But the other time, and this was something that I didn't hit on at all last stream, is when a game is specifically disincentivizing a typical strategy, possibly even punishing it. I think that is another aspect to this. And there's a very classic game that people love to talk about, which is Pathologic. If you are in the zeitgeist, you might have heard of it. And there's a system in Pathologic, which is a video game, where combat feels bad. Like, combat is not good. It's not effective. It feels terrible to use. And that is because Pathologic is trying to push you away from combat. It is saying, hey, here's this normal thing that is in typical RPGs that feels bad here because you're not supposed to use it here. It is specifically evoking frustration as a way to push you away from a certain system. And later on in Pathologic, they actually fuck with you by essentially forcing you to use combat, which they have taught you to hate. And that is specifically to draw a delineation between one of the characters and another character, a tonal distinction. And in both of these cases, in both the Souls-like and the Pathologic, the frustration is meant to push you towards something. And we're getting it. We're getting there with what you guys are saying. They should try to adapt, just get further away from 60 feet. That's where I'm kind of going with this. That is the kind of, I think, fallout of what frustration is meant to do. It is meant to push you towards a certain course of action, or new knowledge, new skill, systems than what you're utilizing. And the last one is that last Pathologic thing, which is tonal realizations. When Pathologic eventually forces you to engage with combat regularly, it is meant to force a tonal realization rather than push you away or towards something. So, I think this is the place where frustration is a good thing, is when it is pushing you towards something. That is good frustration. So, were the Pixies good frustration? Maybe. And I actually have the G Hercub, well, at least part of the G Hercub comment here. because you guys are hitting on essentially the skill aspect of things. That Counterspell and Flesh to Stone in that combat should have pushed them towards new skill or new implementations. I would say that like mechanical skill in D&D is your strategy or placement. So you're saying it would push them towards new mechanical skill. And I have a little bit of a disagreement with that. D&D, as I said, is particularly weird because despite its gamified appearance and meat grinder roots, modern tables consider player death to be something very consequential. It's the equivalent of playing most games in Iron Man mode, which is like a single save mode. Something that players typically don't do until they're very, very familiar with the game, but D&D is just like that by default. So, what is it meant to push players towards? And G. Hercub highlighted various ways that additional knowledge or skill could have really benefited VM in that combat. Subtle spell meta magic, staying out of 60-foot range, as was just mentioned, casting from behind full cover, counterspelling the counterspell, baiting out the reaction, because reactions are like a one-use per turn thing. Hex, arguably Sanctuary. All of these things could potentially protect you from counterspell. However, did this combat push Vox Machina towards any of those sorts of realizations, towards trying to be more creative within their strategy? I would argue no. And I would also argue that it's not really Vox Machina's fault. That I don't think that I blame them for not being more creative in this case. At the end, we see Travis's takeaway, which is diplomacy bad, shoot first, ask questions later. He said, I tried diplomacy, it fucking failed. Now I'll know not to do that next time. So I definitely don't think it pushed them towards different systems, right? It didn't push them towards like, oh, we should have talked better. Or at least it didn't push Travis towards that, provably. I think the combat could have pushed a party that is more experienced with combat tricks, or just more complex combats in general towards those sorts of strategies, but those are too big of leaps for Vox Machina right now. I think, because I think it is like, if I'm running, my table loves being creative in combat. That is something that they get a lot of enjoyment out of. And this is a combat that I think if I presented to them, they would go down similar logical routes that you guys did. However, Vox Machina has not been challenged in that way. The most challenging, like, complexity-wise combat that they've had is the Kevdak fight. And that's been a while. They've had a lot of non-complex combats in between, and it's the first one. And that combat's complexity was heavily communicated, and I think it was something pretty intuitive. Whereas the counterspell strategies either require meta knowledge of like staying 60 feet away, like that's a meta determination, or something that your characters could theoretically learn in game, but would have to like go and learn that. Scanlan probably has an intuitive sense of that, but can he communicate that to the other party members? And would he have? These are all sort of weird questions. The other aspect, like all of the other strategies, like casting behind full cover, I kind of doubt that they know that would be effective. So these are all things that not only have to be taught about counterspell individually, but about these sorts of things overall. If there's anyone who wants Matt to make his combats more complex, it's me. And I liked actually the use of cover a lot in this combat. I actually think that this combat did a good job of really driving home cover. And I do think that is maybe something that Vox will take away from this combat, is how to interact with cover, how to move around things to get angles on enemies, possibly. But the counterspell stuff specifically, they have not been challenged in terms of enemy spellcasters before. Even like much more, much clearer things like silence or any spell that makes difficult terrain, any spell that blocks vision, a la Darkness or Hunger of Hadar. All of those sorts of things are not even things that they've been challenged with yet, really. And those are things that have much more intuitive boundaries and ways of dealing with them. Like if you get inside of a silence bubble, it's very clear how to deal with that. But that's like the step one, right? They're going from 0 to like 2 or 3. They need that step one in the middle. So I don't blame them for not jumping to these conclusions, because they also, I think another part that I didn't include of G. Hercup's comment was talking about how like every pixie had one counter spell, so they just needed to get one out. The players don't know that. And honestly, we don't know that. Like, Matt customizes his spell blocks. Pixies don't have counterspell. Just like straight up. So the assumption that they only have one is just that. It's just an assumption, especially mid-combat for your players. So I think that I don't really consider this frustrating combat to push them towards more creativity, because the direction, the path to get there is so unclear to them, and they're so unused to having to do that. However, that's not to say that I think the frustration was bad. It also sort of addresses the systems question, which I go on to talk about. Also, to compare it to something like a silence or like a difficult terrain type spell, counterspell is a frustration, and it's a frustration that you don't know is there until it's already done its thing. And you don't know how many the thing has left unless you have upcoming meta knowledge. Or even, I say meta knowledge, but I could mean that in terms of in fiction, like a basilisk. A basilisk fight is incredibly frustrating if you don't know how the basilisk works, which is why I wouldn't introduce a basilisk out of nowhere. I would foreshadow it and allow them to gain the knowledge. And if they choose not to gain the knowledge, I would put in ways to gain it mid-fight. Because otherwise, that's going to be a frustrating thing. So, for example, with the counterspell range discussion, if there was a way that they could have gained the knowledge of counterspell's range mid-fight, that might actually be way less frustrating. That and I might say that they should have, utilized those routes more, and that they should have been expected to be more creative. But I don't think that was really there. Now, the last thing that I mentioned, the tone. And I actually do think that in this case, the frustration did drive home a tonal realization. The Pixies so far have been characterized as jailers, making their combat frustrating and unfair, and not providing any obvious methodology for determining what they should do. I think, but the combat was ultimately conquerable. And I think that highlighted the Pixies' position within the Moonbrush. If you don't throw your entire weight behind an attack, they will win nearly instantly, especially if we consider like the actual time of each round. They will win relatively instantly, with almost no casualties or even wounds to speak of. However, if you do throw everything you have, they actually crumple fairly quickly. It wasn't that long of a fight. Even with these like frustrating aspects, it was a relatively average to maybe even short fight. It's just one that seemed to like stand still until VM broke this like weird invisible like barrier towards completing it, and then the pixies just started fucking going down. Which is not how a typical multi-combatant combat kind of plays out. A lot of the time, it's a little bit more like one goes down, and then another, because you're having to like focus fire. The pixies they splatted once Vox got past their stuff. And to me, that does feel tonally accurate and is maybe the best use of Counterspell, especially in its 514 form, especially when used in concert with other disabling effects like Flesh to Stone or Polymorph or what have you. To me, the spell Counterspell evokes a feeling of superiority, a feeling that no matter what you do, I will stop you. We're not talking about rock, paper, scissors. You're not casting fire and I'm casting water and they're canceling each other out in the middle. This is not an equal contest here. I don't care what you do. I'm saying no, because I'm better than you. However, in every iteration, Counterspell's a facade. No one has infinite spell slots. No one has infinite spell usage on monsters. The bravado will eventually shatter to perseverance, much like LR. And at the time, I compared it to LR. And I feel very similarly about LR. My main problem with both of these features is that that inherent feel to them, that inherent superiority feel. But that can absolutely have a place within your stories. That is a very distinct narrative sort of beat that you can hit. And I think I've said, I didn't say it in the video, but I have said in the comments, I think the LR could be an interesting like type feature of like fiends or devils or some class of monster, where it is like, oh, all of the powerful versions of this type of adversary have legendary resistance. Not only does that make it a more knowledgeable or like a more you can overcome it with knowledge type of frustration. But I think that it tonally characterizes that group. In the same way, I think that Counterspell, and this is something that I didn't hit on during the Counterspell conversation that I should have, and I need to do better about remembering. Whenever I just say like, oh, fucking delete that feature, I think that's not helpful critique, because if people like a feature, they like it for a reason, and just saying delete it does not do a lot to really communicate my stance. So I would prefer, and I saw several people, and I think G Hercub's right here. I saw several people being like, oh, what do you think about this version, this homebrew, what have you? But, maybe not. Maybe G Hercub isn't tying that. Do you think that changing more spells to roll over HP would make LR obsolete? I mean, LR, I'll finish this and then I'm going to leave this up to remind myself to go back to it. Also, vanilla pixies die if you throw the book at them, exactly. But I'll come back. I'll come back to it because I'm almost at the end. I think that Counterspell could be really neat, like a really neat feat, like a feature, or not a feature, a feat. I want to say a larger word, but that's it. Maybe the core of Mage Slayer. That's sort of something that came to me when thinking about this, is like, oh, Counterspell. To me, the tone of Counterspell feels perfect for a feat like Mage Slayer. And to me, it and this combat evoke a feeling of unfairness, which can be great, but only if used sparingly and particularly. If every combat felt like this, I think it would be a very bad thing overall, but it can totally work in general. I also think that Counterspell, if I was like if someone told me like, hey, you can't delete Counterspell, and they said, but you can change it, or you can place it in different places, it just has to exist, I think it could be cool as the core of the Mage Slayer feat and the defining feature of the Abjuration Wizard, or possibly another subclass. To me, it feels in the same. Like, if we take away the fact that it's a spell, it feels similar to Portent, to Bardic Inspiration, the Sentinel feat. The Sentinel feat. It actually feels most similar, I would say, to the Sentinel feat. Because Sentinel essentially adds, if we go back to my lovely decision tree, Sentinel adds another roll 20 or another d20 roll into the equation, right? It adds the attack roll of who's making the opportunity attack, and that might say, hey, you just don't get to move. And so I think it feels very similar to the Sentinel, and I don't want to delete Sentinel. I'm glad they removed the Pam Sentinel interaction, but yeah. So I think that is the big problem that I have with Counterspell is basically its pick rate. At the end of the day, that's like 80% of my problem is its availability, both from a like game perspective, but also from an in-fiction perspective. If it was more siloed into certain people or certain types of play, or just certain classifications, I think that would be way more interesting, because then you could employ those things, and like you could employ an Abjuration Wizard, and now they're counterspelling all day long, and the next time the party encounters an Abjuration Wizard, aha, now they know that they're going to have to play differently. Whereas current Counterspell is kind of just like you encounter a spellcaster and you have to play differently, which I don't love. So yeah, overall, I actually think that and this isn't to say that I think the combat is good generally, but it is to say that bad things can be used for good effects. If you know what I'm saying. Like I think that the tonal realization of what this combat did was a good effect on the game as a whole. But the combat itself was still bad. But you can use bad things sometimes. I still think there are ways that I would have, possibly changed it, but that's especially at the end of everything. That is kind of where I came to. So that is the takeaway. Let me read through some comments. I'm trying to get better at like doing the entire takeaway and then going through and reading comments. I've spent years avoiding pathologic spoilers, even though I know I'll probably never play the game. Oh, you should look. You should look. That's why, as a DM, you probably shouldn't hide the fact that you have Counterspell unless the PCs try to cast Revivify. I mean, I think that you're hitting on something that is very that kind of goes towards what I'm talking about like hiding that you have Counterspell. Like, Counterspell by default is kind of a hidden thing. It doesn't come out until it's kind of too late to avoid it. Now that can be okay. But I do think that I would like it more if it was a little bit more foreshadowed by you as a DM. I think that especially for the first time of them encountering it, I think that can be really important. And basically like the whole thing, like the whole conversation about like they're at 0 and they need to get to like 2 or 3, is like getting them there is often over foreshadowing stuff and over revealing stuff. Even if you don't like nerf the effectiveness of it. It is giving them hints and clues as to what to do to resolve it, if they've never encountered it before. I think the worst thing about this combat was that Travis couldn't participate. I mean, all of it, like the Flesh to Stone, the Polymorph, and the Counterspell, all three together, was really just like, man, the Pixies are dicks. I think that is the overall takeaway from that combat. I don't even, and this is why I say that I think the frustration was okay. I don't think that they'll remember that the combat felt frustrating, honestly. I think their real takeaway is, man, the Pixies are dicks. Oh my God, the Pixies are huge pricks. And so I think that that is one thing that the combat accomplished in spades, through the combination of all three of those spells. I don't think any one spell did it. It was really all three of them combined. Do you think that changing more spells to roll over HP would make LR obsolete? Generally, the thing about LR, I think, is that LR has to exist because spells are so goddamn powerful. They're just too strong. And they have such guaranteed value. And you have so many of them. So like spells with and sorry, I shouldn't even say guaranteed value because they don't. A lot of spells are save or suck. A lot of spells do have some amount of guaranteed value. Like we talked about last stream, anything that's like, take half on a save. But just in general, spells are so powerful. That's why LR has to exist at the end of the day. Is because when you get into those ludicrously high CRs, it becomes way harder to use really high CR combatants while also implementing the normal strategies towards dealing with very powerful spells. Because the general solution, if you have a party of, say, and this is a really weird kind of, not edge case, but it's just sort of a fallout from how D&D is designed. That I don't really blame them for. It just is the way it is. Is the typical way that you deal with a spell like Hold Person or Hold Monster, right? Those are spells those are the sorts of things that LR is meant to combat. Are those really strong disabling spells. And normally the way you get around that is if you have 4 PCs on this side, Hold Monster can only hold 1 monster. So you have the adversary side with 4 monsters. So then if you hold Monster, it's only taking out a 4th of them. And the less combatants an enemy side has, the more powerful Hold Monster will be. So even if you have, say this is 4 level 5s, and so you have, these two are both CR. In that case, they would be CR 2.5. A spell like Hold Monster is going to be much more valuable in this type of combat than in others. And that's generally cool. I think that spells having variable value depending on adversary composition is a cool feature. But this kind of gets weird when you start blowing up the CR of the individual adversaries. So say we have a party of 4 level, 18s. So this adversary side has to be CR 18. Or a little bit above or a little bit below. Okay. So if I want to use a CR 17 here, if I want to use a CR 17 adversary, I can only have 1 CR 1? No, that's not actually true. You can have more than that because of action economy and like having different amounts of combatants on either side. You could probably fit in like 2 more CR1s and have this still generally be a CR18 fight. But even then, these CR1s are going to get like 1 hit by most of the PCs. So it's not really, this might as well be a single combatant fight with some window dressing. And that's just what happens when you get into higher and higher CR, is it starts to be more difficult to run them as multi-combatant encounters. The higher an individual monster's CR is, the harder that gets. So you have to give them legendary resistance, because anything over CR, like, again, I'm kind of just pulling numbers out of the ass, but it's like, CR like 17, firmly within tier 4. Anything above that, you need to give some crazy defensive resources to, because the combat becomes less and less capable of being multi-combatant. And if it is multi-combatant, the other combatants are normally chumps. Like, you can't put like a CR17 and a CR15 into a combat together. They'll steamroll the party. It's just not possible. So this is where it gets really tricky. And so the kind of thing at the end of the day, I haven't been paying attention, but no worries on spamming chat, Ivo. Feel free to have other conversations. I'll pick through. Don't worry about it. As you get into the higher and higher CRs, you have to have LR just to deal with spellcasting, because you can't deal with it in the typical way of multi-combatant. So it just kind of has to exist. We just kind of have to nerf spells. That's kind of the thing at the end of the day. You have to make, right now, spells have especially in the higher levels, have a very high, what I would call like effect. Oh God. And I've been avoiding saying the words nerf spells because people get really touchy about that. They think I'm trying to do a Marshall caster debate thing. I'm not. But right now, most spells have a very high effect to cost, where cost can also be like cost equals risk. It can equal risk. It can equal risk. It can equal resource expenditure, what have you. Conceptualize cost as any negative towards casting the spell. This ratio is super high for most spells, especially as you get higher level. And so I think we just need to lower this ratio on a lot of spells. I think that's just the main thing. And I think that doing big flashy effects on spells is fucking awesome. So I don't really want to lower this side of the equation. I just want to raise this side. So that's why when we've talked about like my opinions on LR, and like during the Kevdak fight, we talked about hold person, and I was like, oh, maybe, if you do hold person, you yourself are also paralyzed. That's a mindset of trying to increase the cost of a spell. So you don't lower the effect, you just increase the cost. So yeah. That is also giving more spells longer casting times is also an effort towards increasing the cost. I think the big flashy effects are fucking awesome. Honestly, I'd rather them increase effects and just increase cost by 2 times. Like fucking make spells even cooler, even more powerful, and then just increase the cost disproportionately. So yeah. That's kind of where I fall on LR, is that like it has to be there unless we change this about a lot of spells. Now, rollover HP, all coming back to it. Maybe. It depends. It depends on, does that change actually reduce the effectiveness or increase the cost? It might on some spells, it might not on other spells. It depends on what the HP is. It depends on what the spell currently says. It all depends. But I mean, it's a way to go about it, and going into the rollover HP side of things makes it way easier to fiddle with and like really fiddle with the cost and the effect. By making it rollover HP, you have a much finer, granular control over that sort of thing. So it could be like a tool towards doing this more effectively. I could see that. Mage Slayer is just LR light. Yeah, CS light, LR light. Yeah, I could see that. Which that's what I'm saying. Like Mage Slayer, I think it reminds me of if anyone's ever read the Gunpowder Mage trilogy. If you haven't, ooh boy, I recommend. Or sorry, the Powder Mage, not Gunpowder Mage. Anyone that wants to write a lit RPG but doesn't want it to feel stupid should read this. God, now I'm just looking at them and I just want to reread them now. Fuck, I forgot about these guys. And if you want... Oh my God, there's a role-playing game? Might look into that. I was going to say anyone that wants to create their own TTRPG. I think it's a common thing of like... A lot of TTRPGs aren't trying really that hard to be unique. They're trying to just be like weird improvements on D&D. We need more TTRPGs that are unabashedly themselves and are very, very unique. And I think that the Powder Mage trilogy is an incredibly unique magic system. Very, very novel. And it is used in incredibly interesting ways. So I would just heavily recommend it in general. I listened to the audiobook. It has a good audiobook performance, although you do kind of have to pay attention. It is not a series that holds your hand in terms of reminding you about information. I know that sometimes when I listen to audiobooks, I have a tendency to space a little bit, so more detailed books aren't always great for audio. But heavy recommend on Powder Mage. Anyways, but yeah, the reason I bring it up is in Powder Mage, there is a specific like type of magic user that essentially gives up their magic in general, in order to be able to nullify the magic of others, which is super, super cool, and is used to very fun effect. And the more powerful they were beforehand, the more powerful their nullifying effect is. The biggest TTRPG in Brazil here allows any magic user to counterspell. You can use a spell to nullify another. A light spell might negate a darkness spell. Light's not a cantrip in the TTRPG. Okay, so that is more along the lines of... I think that's a more interesting version to me personally, because... that sort of goes towards, where did I talk about it? I mentioned like rock, paper, scissors. It's not rock, paper, scissors, counterspell in 5e. Not rock, paper, scissors. It's not opposing elements, etc., etc. I think that sort of thing is cool because it is like a very specific interaction. That is not so broad. I think that counterspell to me feels oppressive and like evokes a sense of superiority because it's so broadly effective. It can just counterspell anything with one spell. Whereas that is a little bit more interesting to me because it's more of a specific countering, which I think is cooler. Counterspell should feel like things in movies, animes, etc. when a spellcaster launches a magic beam at someone and they, in response, use their own beam and the colors meet in the middle. Yeah, similar thing. Which I think that's a more engaging and cooler version of Counterspell. But all that is to say, after ruminating on it, I think that Counterspell can have its place even if it's in its current effect. This actually reminds me of yesterday where I was thinking maybe it would be better if marshals could counterspell rather than other casters. Yeah, I mean that could be very interesting. I think I think that would feel a little bit more interesting. Although I don't know if it would like ultimately solve everything, but I do think that in general, limiting who has access to counterspell. Honestly, I might start to feel similarly to how I feel about Counterspell about Misty Step. But the problem is that Misty Step is less than naturally useful. The DM has to enable it. But it being so broadly available does make me really nervous. We're going to have to see how it goes. Also, RELR, give it to dragons? Sure, yeah, devils, fiends, dragons, whatever. I think it would be really cool as, again, the core kind of defining thing about a class of monster. That way, you can gain knowledge about the monster. That the example that I've used a few times now is the Basilisk. I think that the Basilisk has a frustrating ability, but it's cool because it's only them. It's their ability. And when when you encounter a Basilisk, you will now know for next time it is just the Basilisk that has it. And I think that in general, I would really love to see classes of monsters, or not classes, but like classifications. Let's break out our cladograms. I'd really love to see classifications of monsters have like defining features that are relatively consistent over that monster group, maybe just to varying effectiveness levels. So like LR, maybe like a young or like a child dragon gets like 1 LR, and then as they grow up, like each stage of age gives them 1 additional LR. That's a cool pattern that you can learn as a player. That is typal. So when you know, oh, we're going into fight a dragon, they're going to have LR, we can plan around that. I think that's really cool. But it is not how it currently is, which is fine. And in that TTRPG, if you're an arcane caster, then you can use the spell Dispel Magic as a reaction to counter any spell, not just the opposite one. It's a cool implementation, I think. I'm assuming arcane caster is like a more narrow thing, kind of like I was pitching with like Abjuration Wizard. I also think like if we want to go even broader, I think that if you made Counterspell the defining feature of Wizard, get rid of their fucking spellbook and just make Wizards the only people that can Counterspell because they have such a defining knowledge of the weave. That works for me. That totally works for me. Yeah. The new Mage Slayer just lets you say no to a mental save once, which I do think, that works for Mage Slayer. I don't think that that's like bad. But I think that Counterspell could be a really cool, like have it be the defining feature for Wizards and then give it to like Mage Slayer, kind of like almost like Eldritch Adept, you know? It's like if it's the defining feature for Wizards, and then it's similar to Eldritch Invocations for Warlocks. So then you have Scholarly Adept, and they get like 1 use of Counterspell, whereas Wizards, I don't know, have like 3 or something. I think that could be fine. I think my thing is similar to Bardic Inspiration, similar to Portent, similar to Sentinel. It's so broadly applicable. And it's so on top of things. Fireball. What I mean is the BBG would use their LR to resist sleep. Oh, wait, what? No BBG would use their LR to resist sleep because there's no way the caster rolls over their HP. If polymorph or banishment worked the same, there would be less need for LR. No BBG would use their LR to resist sleep because there's no way the caster rolls over their HP. Oh, I'm tracking with what you're saying. So basically, because of the you're kind of flipping the issue on its head. Where right now the issue is that multi-combat high-level encounters are odd, but you're taking that, and most super high CR monsters have such high AC or such high HP that it is so incredibly unlikely that a player would ever roll over their HP until they're already solidly through the encounter. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a way that honestly, I think in that point you're nerfing the effect of the spell, not really the cost. Honestly, if anything, you might be lowering the cost because it's going to be more consistent. But it's a big lowering of the effect of essentially saying you can only use it on monsters that are of this HP, which is I think that's the overall goal, is that we have to have LR because this ratio is too high. So I think in what you're saying, it would lower the effect, or I guess it wouldn't actually. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Actually, let me take that back, because the effect is the same actually. Man, it's like cost equals risk equals like constraints. Because you are kind of just raising the constraints on the spell. Man, I need to figure out a better word for this one, because it's like when I say cost, I mean like spell level, or if you have to pay like material components, those are both costs. Risk is like if you had to take multiple turns to cast it. And then constraints is like what you're talking about with HP, where there is just a hard barrier on what could or couldn't be effective. Yeah. I need to come up with a better word, but I think you're right. I think you're totally on the same track as me, where you're raising the constraints or this side of the equation, which I think is exactly what I would want to do. Yes. In general, taking all of those spells and raising their costs, and that's honestly, relating it to HP is a clever way to do it, because it's something that makes their natural scaling a lot slower than it currently is right now. So it's like it'll continue to be good, probably as good as it was, maybe even better, honestly, at lower levels, depending on how you fiddle with the upcasting. But you could achieve it feeling the same at lower levels, and then and then just like not scaling as hard. I like it generally. I'd have to think through it more, but I think in general I like that direction. Yeah, I think that's cool. In that TTRPG, the DM rules if a spell counters another. It's not a list of spells that counters another, so it allows for creative uses of spells, but there are some obvious ones. That's very cool. So you can argue that, I don't know, Control Flame might counter Fireball. That is very cool. That just sounds like a fun magic system. I'll be real with you. That sounds like a magic system that would incentivize me as a DM to like want to employ spellcasters, which I think that D&D generally does the opposite. That sounds really fun. Yeah. But like I said, yeah, no worries about spamming the chat. If I didn't want to read that conversation, I just wouldn't have. You guys don't have to worry. And this is like a general thing that I think is like hard because I interact with chat so much. But you guys never have to be worried about like spamming chat or having separate conversations. If I don't want to read it out loud, I'll just skip it. All good. What up, Sue? I think cost is always risk. You save resources in case you need them later. Going Nova on a random counter is a whole thing. Yeah, that's exact. So that's kind of why I equate them when I'm thinking about this. Is that I think you're exactly right, Theshel. As I always say, D&D is a resource management game. So when you're using higher cost resources, you are risking not having those resources later. I totally agree. But there's some amount of, I guess we can probably, I don't know how to combine risk and constraints. I don't know how to quite marry those into one term, but whatever that term would be, it's like risk/constraints. I guess we can just go risk in general. I don't know. I wonder how much CS would change if you couldn't upcast it. it would become less effective at a certain point. And that could be okay, but I mean, essentially what you're talking about is like restricting. So like, I think what I've realized after our conversations yesterday and today is my main issue is its broad availability. So like so many classes have access to it, and anyone can theoretically, or no, actually that's not true. But it's broad availability, and it is broad applicability. Which I'm sure that this conversation is fucking horrific for English second language folks, because I'm using so many specific words, and I'm sorry about that. But it's like it's like so many people have access to Counterspell, and Counterspell applies in so many situations. And so that is it applies in so many theoretical situations, which puts a downward force, because like a DM can't really affect this, but a DM can affect this. So it's, I know part of G. Hercup's comment was talking about how there really aren't that many high-level casters. I think Sarah made a similar comment. And I think that they are right, but I also think that there is a downward force of, like, there's a downward effect on a DM's mentality when they are designing encounters. Because of this sort of thing. Like the first time that your spellcaster gets counterspelled as a DM, maybe it doesn't like consciously affect your decisions, but it's going to have an effect on how often you want to put in those types of monsters again, or those types of adversaries. And so that's I think those are my kind of two issues. So like mine of like restricting it to wizards, restricting it to Mage Slayer is a way of addressing this side of the equation rather than this side. You know what I'm saying? But what up? Rollover, so higher cost, higher effect. Yeah. Which that's the general mindset of upcasting, which I think is cool. And with some of those spells, you could make it to where as they are upcast, their cost scales faster than their effect. And that could be a way to address them getting disproportionately more powerful at higher levels. So like, for example, if a general monster HP scales at a certain rate, so if you have the effect of something like sleep, say that you got to roll more dice as you upcast sleep, which you might be able to. I don't know the text of sleep exactly. Just Google the most general word possible. Nice job, Mega. Okay, yeah. So this is when you cast a spell using a spell slot of second level or higher, roll an additional 2d8 for each spell level above first. 2d8, that's average of 10. So if monster HP, I don't know how fast monster HP scales. Actually, let's see. Average monster health per level D&D. Monsters, average hit HP per hit die. Wait. Let's see. Monster hit die D20. Monster's con 2d8. Right, but how many hit die do I use? Wait, what? This is so silly. Wait, what? It doesn't tell me how much to use? I mean, it tells you saving throws. Either way, regardless. Basically, as long as monsters scale faster than this value, this sleep spell becomes less and less worthwhile. It becomes less and less powerful as the game goes on, which can help mitigate some of those issues. So yeah, I think that could totally work.
Take a break.
Oh shit. All right. Oh fuck. We're on a break. That's fine. I'm gonna go through these really quick, and then we're gonna wrap it up and start the CR. I live for the occasional shout out given. I can't usually contribute very consecutively to the conversation. Keep talking, friends. I'm learning a lot. Hell yeah, Sue. I love having everyone here, no matter how much they participate. I'm following. Cool. Hell yeah. I'm always very cognizant of it, but the problem is I use a lot of $5 words, and I've really tried to stop because it's I don't want to have my dialogue be harder to follow, but I don't always talk the most clear, unfortunately. It's the opposite of ease. Like, it's about how not easy it is to apply the effect, whether that be about activating conditions or cost applications. Yeah, it's like burden. Maybe burden. I think we could maybe conceptualize it as burden. It's a little bit vague, but like it'll have to be. So yeah, it's like effect v burden. I could see burden. Which it's like burden is down here. Yeah, I think that's cool. What about a class that uses health to cast spells where the cost of each spell is equal to the spell times level to itself? We talked about that in the Discord. We talked about that in Discord in regards to Sorcerer, Mr. Multi. If you want to see a longer conversation about that, there's I mean, look, I love a blood mage. I love a blood mage. So I will never argue towards attempts to make one. Yeah, the monster creation ostensibly has that info. Ah, shit. Well, I skipped it. Oh no. No spoilers with Lovum. Oh yeah. Let's pin it. Pin it. As a foreign speaker, I'm not usually having an issue with the vocabulary. Good. Okay. That's good. I never know, but that's good. I personally don't mind big or complicated words. Good. Okay. It's mostly I don't want to use. I don't want to like degrade the experience when I could be talking. When I could be saying different words. I don't want to like choose words that may be slightly more accurate, but like degrade the experience for certain viewers. That's the big thing I want to avoid. But my English is advanced too. Sorry for bragging, not sorry. Fair enough. Honestly, I generally remember who has said that they're English second language, but I really, really rarely notice it when people are actually typing. Like I recall it, but I have almost never like really noticed it. Cool. Sick. Okay, we'll take a very fast break, and then we will be right back, and we will start CR. See you guys in a second. What up? Hello. Hi. Let's watch some CR. I kind of forgot that this was another live show until I just saw them walk out on stage. It'll be interesting to see if this has any sort of effect on the length of the stream, like how often I have things to say. I think that the last live show it didn't have like a low talk ratio, but for what happened, it normally would have had a higher one. So I'm interested to see if that kind of holds true here. So we're going to, at the break, which is an hour 39 in, at the break, we're going to do kind of a body check. I'm going to see if I can keep going. So this might end up being like a planned half ep, because according to the if you guys want to see the calculations, according to the estimation, it's going to be about a 7.6 hour stream. So we'll see. I don't know that I'm just feeling my own voice. I don't know if I can go 7.6 hours. But that'll also depend on what the talk ratio ends up being. I assumed a 2.25, but the last live show was relatively lower. So we'll see. But that starts at, and we will do the anything probably skippable. We will probably skip. So we're gonna go to 9:32. I forgot to ask earlier. No potion. The potion may or may not make me incredibly nauseous. I need to I need to test. But there is definitely something about the potion. Well, I used to drink potion all the time, and then I started getting randomly nauseous, and it seemed correlated with the potion. Now, it could have just been like one of the ingredients I was putting in went bad. Hard to know. Also, if we want to be really on... Oh, potion. Oh, potion is like a very early... It's like a year ago. I haven't done them in a while. But they used to be a big old concoction that I made in a big-ass tumbler that was like part protein shake, part tea, lots of honey. It was basically like a meal in a can, and it was also very good for my voice. And I called it my potion because I would stir it with a little stir stick. It was great. That would make me nauseous. It didn't. It honestly, it never made me nauseous. When I started doing it, and it was making me nauseous around the same time that I had a lot of other stressors in my life, and I was getting horrific sleep. So that could also have been a factor. But I haven't made them in a while because of that. So I need to like FODMAP it. That was also right when I was getting on my when I was having trouble getting my ADHD medication. And if I go off and on of my medication, it makes me very nauseous. Nausea is like one of the listed side effects, and I normally don't feel it if I'm like taking it every day or if I don't take it at all. But if I'm going like one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off, not good. So that could have also been it. I don't know. Human body's weird. I also haven't been exercising as much as I should be, which can kind of just help everything. So kind of a skill issue if we want to be real. But let's get into it.
Roll. The last time we saw them, the group of adventurers Vox Machina had found themselves in the Feywild, intent on discovering another one of the vestiges of divergence, one of the many artifacts that they hope will aid them in their struggle against Thordak the Cinder King and the rest of the Chroma Conclave. Defeating 2 of the members, 3 still remain, Thordak being the seeming powerhouse head of that troop. So now, deep in the Feywild, a crazy alternate dimension in which Fey creatures...
So I will say, I don't know how much of this is for the benefit of the audience, but I do think, I kind of mentioned that, like, having too long of like a tertiary quest line within like a larger quest. So it's like right now they're in the Chroma Conclave quest, then the Vestige Hunt, then the Moonbrush. And it's like going that low, basically like every layer deeper you go, the less time it should take. And I was kind of debating, like, is it fair to classify the Chroma Conclave as the overarching arc? Like, is that actually fair? And I will say that regardless of whether or not Matt means it this way, I think that including it as, like, the headline of every recap does kind of solidify it as the overarching plotline. I think it's maybe partially for viewership, like, you know, if you missed last episode or if you're just hopping in, there's a bit of that as well. But yeah, exactly, G Hercup. I do think there's an aspect of that. But if you're doing it at home, I do think, because he also did it last time. He started out with talking about the Chroma Conclave and Thordak. So I think it's good. Like, it's a good thing to, like, remind everyone of, like, where we are. But it's definitely something, I think the recaps in general are the thing that I'm thinking the most about as something that I never even really approached in the last few times I've GM'd. I've never done any sort of, like, formal recap. Like, it would be like, oh, does everyone remember where we were? It was, you know, something really small. And so I'm thinking a lot about Matt's when he does them. I'm thinking a lot about, like, okay, like, what is this accomplishing? And I think that referencing the Chroma Conclave every time is, to me at least, really solidifying it as the arc. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I've always interpreted the Chroma Conclave as being the overarching arc, with each dragon being a mini arc within it. You could split it up more though if you wanted. No, I think you're generally. I think I agree. Like, the way that it's like the Chroma Conclave is way up here, and then, like, the first kind of mini arc, the first real mini arc within it is, like, the Vestige Hunt for in the Raven Queen Temple. Then it's the mini arc for Sphinx Mountain, and then it's technically the Vestige Hunt for the Titanstone Knuckles, but really more just Kevdak. And then it's the mini arc for Umbrasil. And then, but you could also kind of conceptualize, like, these two under, like, an Umbrasil arc. I don't know. The structure of it is a little bit wishy-washy. Where you could maybe just say that, like, this is the Umbrasil, and then Kevdak and the actual Umbrasil fight are more like that. I don't know. It's weird. I think a lot of times it is either they are hunting a vestige or they are dealing with a dragon. It's kind of one or the other. And so even, like, dealing with Kevdak was more of, like, a mini Grog arc about Kevdak, not really about the Titanstone Knuckles. And that was all kind of underneath the Umbrasil. Whereas now the Moonbrush is, like, still under this. It's like the the Fenthros mini arc, and then Singorn, and now Moonbrush. We're probably going to have like 3. And I do think that it's kind of important. Well, I don't know. This is something that I'm not super confident, and I've read differing philosophies on around, like, basically, should mini arcs within a larger story arc take the same relative amount of time? And this is something that I've never seen like a totally clear answer on. I've seen differing kind of things within it. But I do feel a little bit more confident in saying that within a mini arc like this, the kind of third order arcs, the tertiaries, I feel like they should take the same amount of time. They should relatively take up similar amounts of time within the mini arc to make sure that one section doesn't drag too long, given that we're already inside of a mini arc. But it's hard. This sort of pacing, this sort of like overall pacing is strange. And I think it kind of depends on how you conceptualize your stories. Like, do you think about them more like a TV show? Do you think about them more like a novel or a movie or a series of books? I think those all have kind of different pacing recommendations when it comes to like how you organize your arcs. So I'm not super confident in how to do that. Honestly, I'm still learning. Looks like Diglett with a mustache. Looks like Densure. Yeah. You could consider Vestiges and Chroma Conclave as 2 intersecting but separate arcs. There's a million different ways to divide it. I think that in how it has actually, because I do think that there are a million ways to divide it in theory. I think in the way that the players have actually engaged with it, they have been relatively, like, they've all been under the Chroma Conclave, but they have been separated when it comes to we are fighting Umbrasyl or we are hunting a vestige. It's like generally they're hunting the vestiges to get more powerful for the overall arc, but they're never hunting a vestige specifically to deal with a specific dragon. Like, they did not go to Sphinx Mountain because they knew that there was a particular vestige that would be a particular weakness to Umbrasyl. They just went there for general power. So I think that that's why I kind of separate those things in my head. But they're hunting the vestiges specifically to deal with the Chroma Conclave at large. So that's why I put it under the whole umbrella. But I'm not even saying that that's all right. That's just me explaining why I'm doing it that way. But yeah, I don't know. What's your theory for the third part? Shademirk. I mean, I think we're going to go into the Shademirk pretty fucking quick here. Now, do we do the entire thing? Who knows? Maybe. I mean, Garmelie dropped a hook about the Gilded Run, which I did not really anticipate. I don't really anticipate being a issue, given that they have like, what's it called? The spell that Keyleth used in the dragon, or not in the dragon fight, in the fight that like was a real like whole drama. It's like turns them all into clouds and then they can just like fly. I can't remember the spell's name. But that they have a lot of traversal spells. Windwalk, yes, thank you. Yeah, they have Windwalk, they have a lot of things. So like, to me, a single river is not going to pose that much of a challenge to them. maybe it'll force the like 1 or 2 spell slots off of them, but it's just gonna be like hopping over a river and we're good, and then we're in the shademirk. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I mostly am kind of latching onto it because Garmelie like brought it up. And Garmelie is a surrogate for the DM in this case. So I don't know. Expert balancing act to pull off successfully something this conceptually messy. Yeah, it's a huge balancing act. I agree. But yeah, we'll see.
Rule landscape where up is down, everything's topsy-turvy, and nothing is what it seems.
I will say I don't think we're gonna get the final like Fenthros fight this episode. Partially because it's a live ep. I think that Matt would not. Maybe I'm wrong about his priorities. I don't think he would want to do a combat, like a really important combat live, because it's already hard enough for them to manage a combat in studio where they have cameras that can work with them. In a live show, I think combat will come off even weirder. Like you'll need to have like monitors set up for the audience to be able to see it. And so I think he might like do a combat this episode, but I don't think he'll end up doing like the Fenthros combat. So I think most of this ep is going to be us traversing through the shademirk. Maybe doing some exploration challenges, maybe fighting some shademirk baddies, just some like generic ones. I don't know. Who knows?
They've made their way through the Moonbrush, parlayed with a group of lycanthrope, werewolf, werebears, weretigers, and a group of pixies, and made a choice. The pixies now scattered and stapled to a number of trees within the forest. The leader of their troop, extremely large, powerful werewolf lord named Croc, has pledged his aid to some degree in the near future, should you need it, as you travel duskward past the Gilded Run, eventually to the source of where apparently this bow Fenthros exists in the Shademirk Bog. And now, we pick up where we last left off. The rest of you, after resting in the treetops on the outskirts of the duskward side of the Moonbrush, you've come to consciousness, gathered your things, escaped the forest, and headed northward, just beginning to see the cresting edge of the tangled river mass of the Gilded Run, and beyond that, the dark, ominous shadow of the Shademirk Bog. So, before you guys press anywhere forward, is there any preparation you want to take on your adventure?
Preparation?
Like straight up prep? Oh, jeez.
Like you're about to travel forward, what do you want to do?
Are we all, can you hear us? Yeah? Are there any?
I can only kind of hear them. Yeah. Oh no, a live show. I mean, this is, I think, something that I'm not totally certain on. Like, not enough to like really call it a hard and fast rule, but almost always. Oh, also Ashley there and no Liam. I didn't even notice that. Note Liam is absent for tonight's episode, and Ashley's there. Good thing no one would ever die during a live show. Yeah, exactly. This beginning, it's something I've talked about to varying degrees of like, hey, give the players something to react to. This is a weird one where when you're in the middle of exploration, I think it's a little harder to do that. But I think that Matt is in a good spot to do so, where he can, he has Garmelie. So like, I think I would start this with an interaction, even a really short one, between them and Garmelie. So like Garmelie says something to them and they can react, and that kind of gets them into the scene, gets them into role playing. Just being like, hey, from a dead stop, what do you want to do? You can do whatever you want. I have vaguely recapped where you are. But I don't think any, like, you know, he hasn't even really, like, re-described the scene. Like, I don't know if they're still in the Moonbrush? Are they right on the edge of the Gilded Run? What does the Gilded Run look like? All of these things are questions that the players might have, and I think Matt's kind of wanting them to maybe ask, or again, kind of giving them an opportunity. He says, like, do you want to do anything to prep? But I think you're going to encounter a little bit more hesitancy and a little bit more like fumbling if you don't kind of get them into the scene first through something to react to. Ready to be in the background babble to me doing online errands? Oh, absolutely. It's a normal amount of Sierra players. I like the shows as a once in a while thing, but if they were very common, I probably wouldn't like them, but they can be refreshing. I mean, they're definitely a change of pace, which can always be good, can be. It is interesting to do them so close to each other. I have a feeling it was multiple places wanted to host them, and they just said yes to both. But I could see it being like a once an arc thing, maybe once every like 20 episodes. I could see it being interesting.
Potion stores nearby.
And also, yeah, fucking tell him, Sam. Do you want to prep is such a vague question. I agree. Poke a little fun at him.
Investigation check. No. There aren't.
22.
Oh. You strongly recall information that inform you that the last bastion of true civilization has long passed you, south of where you originally came
Well, then
from.
I will just take a moment to just sort of limber up for the day. Just kind of
Stretch up?
Yeah, stretch up.
Good,
active
good.
Squats, active squats.
Can I ask a question? Like, since I was obviously out of commish for the whole last fight that happened. Like, is
Your
anybody...
own fault, Grog.
It's not. I was being a politician. I was being like, is anybody hurt? Do we need to heal anybody before we go? Did these fireflies mess with any?
I think everyone's mostly fine.
I think you were the only one who got the shitty end of that
That's
deal.
fucked
And
up.
after a night's rest. Yeah. Sorry.
I will say that Vax looks a little weird.
That's just
Of which-
strange.
Of which Vax turns to you and goes, "Yeah, I usually feel it that way." Shh, quiet. As you guys are preparing for the morning, there is a strange sound like a simmering, high-pitched whine. It goes 2 or 3 times. You see these sudden bright flashes of light in your vicinity, and there's a burst of white light as outstepping from it you see the somewhat corporeal, divine energy-based form of Pike Trickfoot.
This is the weird part, man. Is it's like I say this, I feel like almost every time, where it feels like Matt has the thing that is like, hey, here's the thing to react to. You know what I'm saying? But then just like doesn't do it for a sec. And I it's almost like he wants to give them the option to do whatever they want, and then kind of like instinctually realizes that they don't know what to do, and then introduces the thing for them to react to. It's so strange. It's so strange, but I don't like... It's only strange because it is like so closely off to what I think the ideal is. It in such like a specific way. Yeah, I don't know. A rare fast guest introduction? Hell yeah. It's absolutely perfect. Speaking of like something like, I was saying like Garmelie, but speaking of something that you can do right at the beginning that gets the guest in so early, it's awesome. Like that's a great way to open up the session. Yeah, weird. That's how he should have been how he opened. Yeah, it's like, but it's even weird to call it a critique because it's like, man, it's like all the right pieces. They're just arranged in an odd way. Oh shit, I forgot they can't see inside my head and know exactly what they need to do. I mean, this is like a general thing with DMs that I think like some people are better at than others. I'm definitely bad at it. And I think this is why I think about it so much, is because it's something I'm not good at, is remembering that I see the world better than the players do. Like, there is always an amount of lost information between what I have in my head and what I have planned and what they are seeing and thinking about. So I have to really actively fight against my instincts on it, which is why I think I'm like so paranoid about it. Compared to someone who might be like a little bit more instinctually better at it. Yeah. See you, Valk. But yeah. I don't know. It's very, it's a little silly. It's a little funny.
No, you are not supposed to trust anything in the Feywild.
I swear it's me. I swear it's me.
There's only one way to find out. I run up and I kiss her.
Oh, that was a little fast. I think.
It's her.
Garmelie at this point, just kind of watching this whole circumstance, fronts up to you and goes, "It's good to see you again. I don't know where you went away last time, but I hope you enjoyed the last sketch I did. If you need any more, just let me know. I got plenty of paper."
What was that? What were you?
You look down and see the small fawn who you previously had commissioned to draw the fantastic spread of
I
Vox
really just
Machina.
love that piece that you did. It's amazing.
Well, thank you kindly.
You're so welcome.
Let me know. Your form's closer to mine, so it's easy for me to get a full view.
That's okay.
Snap. So are we going across the river then?
Wait, there's a river?
It's a 50.
Make a perception check.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, the river, Keelan.
First roll of the night.
Big river.
10.
It's okay. 18.
Garmy is smarmy. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of... I don't know exactly how to, like, interact with it as analysis and as reacting, because it's like, I don't know, that sort of thing, like that sort of like little sequence probably wouldn't have stood out to me at all 8 years ago, but it is kind of like, man, Ashley's back for the first time in a while. They're in front of a live audience, and the first two things that happen is Scanlan like just like goes up and just totally without permission, unprompted, kisses her after they have had a conversation about them not being like romantically involved. And then immediately after, the NPC, who has been established to be smarmy, but immediately like makes a comment. And it's kind of like, yeah, and they know she can take it. I mean, it's like, they know she can, like, it is something that most players are not like meant to take, you know, or don't have to take. And so it's a weird thing where it's like I don't particularly know how to like address it in the context of this stream. Yeah. And I know that like behind the scenes, as far as we are aware, which, you know, new information could always come out, but as far as we are aware, everything's cool behind the scenes. But the portrayal of that stuff is still weird. But I also don't know how much to be like it was a different time. Like, it was a different time is always just like a weird discussion of like, I think if I saw that in like modern day CR, I'd be like, I don't know about that. Like, maybe don't do that. But I know that no one was probably complaining about it at the time, so I can't hold them to something that they probably weren't getting feedback on, you know? Yeah, it's an odd situation. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a weird thing that jokes and teases that works individually in a small game that doesn't translate right in a show performance. It is like, I agree. It's like this is something very different to engage with at your table when everyone's cool with it, separately from portraying it in media, that's why I say I don't know how to handle it, because I'm not really super well versed in I'm much more well versed in like game analysis and that sort of field, as opposed to media analysis, especially. I mean, I think I'm relatively well versed in media analysis, but not I don't know quite how to handle the "it was a different time" sort of discussion. So yeah, it's I understand it's not something to necessarily recommend. Yeah, it's like it is a situation that someone could very easily feel uncomfortable with. And it's great that she's not, and that this is all like chill. But it's weird to present it to an audience. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's more legacy of the past. Yeah, I agree. I really heavily doubt that if I skipped to C3, this would be something I would see. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know how to handle like legacy of the past conversations. Because to me, it feels like this is an obvious, like, yeah, probably don't do this at your tables. But I'm not going to hold them to fucking, to what was said 8 years ago, because it was like a different time on like what was acceptable at tables. Yeah. This was before Me Too movement awareness. Yeah, exactly. We're on the other side of a huge amount of awareness around this. So I don't like. Yeah, it's weird to I think criticize this specifically, as I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. I feel like it's an example of one of the players, Sam, entering the entertainer mode in front of a crowd. Oh, I agree with that, which is it's also why like I don't blame Sam necessarily, but it is an example of like what was considered entertainment in front of a crowd, and like what was considered acceptable entertainment in front of a crowd. Because like I think that very similar things of like, what is the joke? Oh, the joke is that she's uncomfortable with my sexual advance. And that isn't like a great joke nowadays. And it like wasn't a great joke back then, but also it was not, it was something where I know that Sam probably wasn't getting that feedback to understand that it wasn't cool back then. So that's where I feel like it's really like, I don't know. I don't even know really how to talk about it. Yeah. So, I'd say this stuff isn't bad. It's just cringe from hindsight. Yeah, it's like the individual things I can be like is bad, but I don't really hold them accountable, because I truly believe that he just didn't kind of realize the general effect in the same way that we do nowadays. Yeah. It takes out the need to feel defensive of the cast or something. Yeah, like I don't feel like, yeah. I wouldn't like blame Matt or blame Sam, but it is like, ooh, those actions aren't probably cool. I guess it's very important to discuss this all at length before it shows up or when it does, but there's also something to be said about player versus character. Yes. And there is, and I think that is, there's an awareness. So like, even if you're doing this, like, you know, what was it? Garmy is smarmy. It's like, if that is going to be your character's flaw, is that they are smarmy and like not, and like hold like still do some of those like maybe like semi misogynistic coded jokes, then that needs to be a flaw. and flaws need to be interacted with. And that's the weird thing is, like, I don't think at this point they really considered that a huge flaw within Sam's character, within Scanlan. Or even if they did, they weren't interacting with it. And as I talked about with early Scanlan, if a flaw isn't interacted with, then it stops being a flaw. It just becomes a part of that character. So, like, yeah. I don't know. Another reason why I don't like PC romantic relationships at my table. Yeah, I mean, it's that's a very like session zero type thing. I've never had PC relationships at my tables, but that's not because I've specifically banned them. It's just kind of like never something my group has participated in. I think they can work. But they involve a lot more potentially sensitive topics because relationships are sensitive. So yeah, I don't know. Weird area. What is smarmy? Smarmy is I'm honestly just gonna look up the definition because it'll probably describe it better than I can. Ingratiating and wheedling, oh boy, in a way that is perceived as insincere or excessive. Yeah, it's kind of like fake, but also gross. Like a used car salesman is probably smarmy. You know, it's kind of like the mustache twirling a little bit. It's like the comb over toupee, very greasy, very like not trustworthy, because they're just telling you what you want to hear. Kind of in that flattering in an uncomfortable way. Yeah, flattering in an uncomfortable way is actually a good way to say it. Yeah, sleazy. Yeah, sleazy. Obsequious. Yeah. Which I think that like, so I would consider like smarmy to be a flaw. And I think that a lot of times Sam comes off as smarmy, or sorry, not Sam, Scanlan. But they don't really interact with it as the flaw that it really is, you know? Slaps hood. This baby has so many horsepower. Yes, slap that hood. Yeah. Sam and Ash seem to be close and supportive of each other, so to them it's fun teasing and joking between friends. To the audience that doesn't know it personally, it may look like harassment. Yeah, I mean, that is, yes. And it's like, I have made jokes that did not carry weight to me and may not even nowadays carry weight within my friend groups, but might carry weight to other people and other cultures that I don't intend. And I think that's more the situation here is like, he doesn't intend for it to have any sort of additional weight, but it can. Which is something that I don't blame him for not being aware of at the time. Yeah, I don't know. Strange.
18, okay. Glancing ahead of you, you see the hint of the peak of an ominous mountain range slowly growing in the distance. At the base of that, you see a treacherous weave of powerful rivers rushing past and around the exterior of the Shademirk Bog. These large, heavy trenches of water just kind of jamming and folding into each other. You've heard of the Gilded Run, and you've seen a few stationary rivers in the past, but this is a cluster of perpetually rushing rapids that fill a rather sizable period of the land surrounding the actual Shademirk Bog. And you can see just past at the edge of the bog itself, these very, very dark, glistening, almost like black oil-caked tree canopies that kind of vanish into shadow beneath. That's a couple miles off.
But like the rapids are like right there.
You can see them maybe about half a mile in front of you, and you can see the spray occasionally kind of shooting off some of the rocks, and the shore itself of the river just barely shows the speed of the water passing by.
It's definitely not something we can just wade across, I'm assuming.
We could fashion a crude canoe and go down it.
Lovely.
Can you park the...
Or you could park the sea.
Or I could just park the sea.
It's really...
I'm gonna take my staff and I kind of want to like feel how deep it is.
Okay, so you decide to walk the half mile to make it to the river.
I'll be prepared. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, let's walk the half mile.
Okay, to be fair to Matt, he did just say that they were there, so I don't actually blame him. But that's a good example of why you want to start with like a reaction thing. But in Matt's defense there, he did kind of just say that they were there.
It's a half mile.
And it looks like a long river. Like there's no.
It's a series of long rivers that completely wrap around the shademirk. One side seems to be vanishing into the green sea, which you can just barely see to the far seaward side of you. And it just curves around the outside of the shademirk and vanishes into the horizon.
Interesting.
It's a river.
It's a big river.
It looks like a river at the very least.
Do we have a...
Don't trust anything in the
Can
Feywild.
I perception and see if there's any sort of creatures that are visible?
Do you want to get closer to it first?
Let's start walking.
You know the
towards it.
sure,
Sure,
yeah,
all
I
right.
feel like. Why not?
You have a jaunty jog on your way towards the Gilded Run. A very short time passes before you begin to actually hear the waters in the distance. And as you begin to approach about 100 feet from the edge of the first stripe of river, and you can see some are tighter together, some are only a few feet between the rivers, some merge into even thicker roaring rapids. They're all traveling from the seaward side to the tangleward side. Layman's turns west to east.
How far in does it take to cross all of these little rivers? Like how?
The rivers change in width. The smallest one you can see is maybe 10 feet across. Some of them swell to upwards 30, 40 feet, depending on which point you come across it.
And what's the speed and roughness of the 10 foot?
They're all pretty matching speed and they're pretty hefty.
Yeah, Ross, I'm not taking a lot of it to the bank. Like, at base, the idea of several branching rivers all within very close proximity to each other that are all sort of rapids-esque. They are either there at a hyper-specific moment in time for that to be like the case, or it's Feywild logic. So I'm in taking all of it, but I'm not thinking too hard about it. Bank like a riverbank. Exactly. Feywild. Yeah. I think it's mostly Feywild logic.
You can see there are occasional rocks in the actual edges of the waterform. They're just like spraying, causing the water to smash into the side and split off around it. There's nothing visible in the water, drifting through, because most of it's destroyed in the process of crashing into the rocks on the sides of the bank.
Let's find a nice mix of not too wide and not too rapidy, not too quick.
And do what?
And start thinking of a way across it and making sure that it's not magical or
Can we
strange.
just fly?
Dax can.
I mean, I can.
You can.
Well, okay, and we know
Dax and Dax
that.
All right, do you want to scout up ahead, maybe like fly up above the river and see down into the oily land? Both of us.
Fine, I'll go ahead and give it a look, I suppose. Although, you can fly anytime you want if you wish.
Yes, I can. And I do. And I take my broom.
He seemingly ducks down into the actual grasses that you guys are standing in and vanishes within them, barely giving a small path as he disappears.
I float above him on the broom.
Occasionally see him glance up and kind of loudly grumble.
You are so hidden right now, I can barely even see you.
I'm definitely not a hydrological expert. My understanding of how that would generally work is that any of the rivers that are rapid-y, that are very, very fast moving, are like that because it is a large amount of water that is squeezed into a much more narrow passage, which is kind of the opposite of how a delta normally goes. It can happen, but it's like most of the time it's basically like a delta bifurcates a lot, which oh my gosh, I'm using all these sorts of words. Like most rivers generally have like a main thing and other rivers join them out to a common kind of output. Sometimes rivers bifurcate, which is where they split into more than one run, but almost always one branch wins eventually, and like relatively quickly. And I say relatively quickly, I mean on the order of, dozens of years, but on a geological timescale, very quickly. And a delta looks like how it looks because all of the surrounding like material is very, very soft. So it's very easy for the water to bifurcate. Whereas rapids are more typically formed by very hard material, very quickly funneling water into a tighter space, and the water can't erode the harder material nearly as quickly. So it forms these rapids because other parts of the river have changed and like funneled more water into here faster than this part of the river can erode and widen. And a lot of times the bottom erodes faster than the top, or than I should say the sides, which makes like canyons. So you see a lot of rapids in canyons, is my understanding. So like, not that deltas and rapids are mutually exclusive, but they are very often exclusive. And if you are in a situation where you have a bifurcation and one of them is more of a rapids, that one will pretty much like suck off more and more of the water as it gets deeper and deeper until this is no longer a viable path and the bifurcation ends. A lot of times bifurcations end very quickly, again, on a geological timescale. So that's why I say that they would either have to be here at a specific moment in time, or it's Feywild rules. Yeah. Down by the river. This would be so much easier to understand with a visual. Yeah, I love it. That's what I'm saying, Sue. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not thinking too hard about it because it's like, at the end of the day, it's just the Feywild. Like, it kind of doesn't matter how much or how little I know about real world hydrology. It doesn't really have to make sense because it's the Feywild. Counterpoint, the river runs itself. Yeah, also, nothing about the river from the first description made any sense, so I'm just not worried about it too much. I kind of love when people break out into a hyper-specific topic. I like maps, and I like geography, and I like it. I don't know all that much. I did take I took a GIS class in college, which was super fun. It was how you turn geological surveys into maps. Oh, that was one of the most fun classes I ever took in college. In a different life, I fucking switched majors, but I took that way too late. I took that like senior year, so no time. But I'm very interested in that sort of stuff. To be fair, day and night standard. Yeah, it's, whatever. I think the rapid part is magic. Like, didn't Matt describe the land as flat? Yeah. So I think you're right, Confused Strawberry. I think it is supposed to, like, in terms of the lines, like the lines that the rivers go down, I think it is supposed to resemble a delta. But the fact that it is so fast flowing and that has not, like, resolved in any way with the terrain, I think that part is very much like magic, Feywild, whatever. So, yeah. I'm just, whatever. It kind of doesn't matter.
So hidden.
Appreciate the backup, sister. He keeps continuing forward. As you get to the edge of the water itself, he kind of looks to the side, and it's pretty clear, the water, as you can see the bottom of it right there, and you can see kind of a deep set blanket of greenish brown algae type plant life that kind of cakes the bottom of the river floor. The occasional stone protruding from it, and everything's kind of growing and pushing around it. He goes ahead and releases his raven wings from his armor, which shoot out in a large, 15-foot wingspan on each side. He jumps in the air and makes his way over the first short river and lands to the other side.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. I fly up and I stay above him. I don't want to land on the ground.
Okay, you glance over. His wings kind of fold behind him. He's like, was it so hard, sister? Really?
You wasted your entire hour of flying for that? Oh, I got a backside. backside. I like it.
As he scoots underneath your broom as you're hovering on, and one of his wings catches the edge of it and flicks it to try and knock you off the broom. Go ahead and make a quick strength check.
A what check?
Strength, my dear.
Oh, I got a natural 1.
First
You
roll of the
just
night.
killed me.
As the edge of his wing smacks the backside of the broom, it spins out from under you, and for a moment you grasp the edge of the front of the broom, and it slips from your fingers, and you flick off, tumble to the ground about 10 feet, not too far. You take 1 point of damage from the impact, nothing huge. But as you roll to the side, your broom kind of scatters across the stones and dips partially into the river, which begins carrying it slowly.
No. I crawled over and I grabbed
Okay. You grab it and pull it out. As you turn back over, your brother's just sitting there with his arms crossed, his wings still folded, smiling.
it. I swing around and I hit him with a broom.
Make an attack roll.
Come on.
Oh,
This is not with your bow, by the way. This is just adding your proficiency bonus.
Oh.
You're not even proficient in unarmored. This is an improvised weapon. So you have disadvantage. Go ahead and roll again.
disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That was so much better than the first
You're not
one.
proficient really in attacking with brooms.
13.
13. Whoosh! With but an instant of reaction time, it passes a good solid 1.5 feet in front of his face. His wings furl, a couple feathers kind of dangle down, and he just turns around and decides to go ahead and hop over the next bit of the river.
I hate you sometimes. Sometimes.
I know, sister, as he takes off.
See ya. All right, I get on my broom again and I fly after him like a
Okay.
loser.
As you coast up, and you guys also doing anything? Or just watching them scouting ahead?
We're just watching them fly around.
Look like a couple of idiots.
As you kind of scoot up to catch up to your brother, he's probably good 15 feet ahead of you. Ba, ba, ba.
Hey,
There we go.
we're back.
That was such a busy
Do not
death
look behind the
bomb.
curtain. As you hop up after him, you notice his wings kind of go into a dive, and he ends up curving.
Oh, I mean, if we wanna talk about, I think that's a fair way to conceptualize it, John. I think the way that I'm thinking about it, which this might just be because it's called a bog. I won't even lie, that this is where my mind went. In Louisiana, where the Mississippi should be. I think, you may not be able to see it. There's a Mississippi, the Great River Road through Louisiana. Oh, man. Basically, the Mississippi is actually bifurcated. Right, let's see. Where the Mississippi Delta should be. Let's see. Oh, I think this kind of is showing it. Disambiguation. Basically, the Mississippi River should let out in a different location than it actually does. It's like a little bit like it kind of like lets out over here, and it should let out like further over here, but that would completely miss New Orleans. And like a bunch of like the infrastructure that we've built up around the Mississippi River Delta. And so the Army Corps of Engineers has built a series of dams. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. It's right here. So you can see, I think you can see the bifurcation. It's right here. You can see those two little straight lines. Look at this. This is human hubris at its max. These two little lines are
Take a break.
oh no, are Army Corps of Engineer dams and canals, because the Mississippi River is if it followed its natural geography, it would actually flow down towards Morgan City and actually let out somewhere down here, and that would be where like the major delta is. But instead, we keep it diverted over towards New Orleans, and Grand Isle and all this. And so my picture of the reason I brought this up, My picture of the shademirk is that the shademirk is this in-between region. So maybe there's a construct of some kind that forces it to bifurcate. Maybe it's a natural bifurcation that would eventually close. But this is where I picture the shademirk, is right in between. So like Gilded Run is over here and other side of the Gilded Run is over here. And then this entire in-between area is all the shademirk. That's how I picture it. I think yours is also a very fair conceptualization of it. I think I mostly picture it this way because I knew the fun fact about the Mississippi River, and because when I picture a bog, I picture Mississippi and Louisiana and all that shit. So yeah, that's what I'm picturing. I guess if we want to wrap it around to a somewhat D&D related topic, good example of how you can use real life locations to make magical ones. So, I don't know. Yeah. CG Erica. It has that weird curve last second, yeah. And they've spent years building up the land to stop it from suddenly splitting off. Yes, exactly, yeah. The shademirk is in Mississippi. I knew it. No, the shademirk is in Louisiana. Very different. It's not different. But yeah, that's how I'm thinking about it. But anyways, that is all so off topic, and I will try to not bring up any more rivers the entire rest of the stream. I'm gonna try. And I will see you guys in a second. What up? Hello. How are you guys feeling about the new Clovum seasons? I obviously haven't watched it. The animation looks gorgeous. Ooh, that's cool. I'll be curious if anyone else is liking it.
Bring downward at an alarming rate, diving right into the river.
Can I float down and try to grab him before?
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom saving throw?
I knew it.
Shit balls, mother. That's bad. 9.
As soon as you see your brother dive into the water, you begin to coast downward, and as you do, there's an impulse in your head that begins pushing and steering the broom lower. And even in the back of your head, you sense, this is bad, I'm going far too steep. It's like you're outside of your physical body, the control has alleviated itself, and your body forces you to splash into the river as well. Both of you guys submerging yourself in the raging rapids. You guys see this in the distance with a splash of 2 impacts on the riverside.
Did we tell them to go fishing?
I don't think we should. Can we try to get out? Can we try to get out of the water?
Okay.
We start running.
Let's
Okay.
go save our friends.
There is a 10-foot river for you guys to
Oh,
traverse
no!
first before you get to them. Each of you are trying to leap across. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Trying to wait.
What if this river kills us all
I didn't
right
say I
now?
was trying to leap across.
I said anyone who wants to try.
You want to hop on the?
I don't All right, brought down 2 gnomes on.
This is a good example of like of difficult paths or obstacles, depending on how you want to conceptualize it, in an exploration challenge, where it's like, seemingly at least, they could have just cast Windwalk, and it seems like they'd be fine. But they are trying to cross it cheaper, which is what I mentioned inside of the Moonbrush when they saw that river. Or stream or whatever it was, where it's like you can either expend resources or you can get across it for free, maybe, with an exceedingly clever plan. They are trying to get across it relatively for free, but without an exceedingly clever plan. And it is starting to fail. And this is an example of like, I talked about like easing them into like more complex combats with in regards to like the pixie combat. I think that this is an example where like Matt eased them into the concept of crossing a stream, crossing a river in the Moonbrush before he presented them with a much harder exploration challenge that would require much more resources to be spent theoretically. Or a much more clever plan. And this is one where I completely agree that I kind of blame Vox Machina for potentially being careless. This is something, that we're slowly introducing to them. I wouldn't make the consequences too severe yet. This isn't the type of rapids that are gonna fucking push you out to sea, never to be seen again, crack your head on a rock. But this is the sort of escalation of challenge that I think Matt is doing a good job of introducing over the course of this terrain traversal that we've had since Singorn.
Grog's got 2 gnomes on his back. Of course he does. That's perfect.
Well, they're still like drowning, right?
Are we underwater or are we like on top of the water? Are we just...
All right, so
We're just dying.
They're just gone.
2 gnomes on Grog's back. You grab both of them. Oof. Do a quick sprint and leap as heavy as you can. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
I rolled a 25.
Oh, that's good. That's way better.
Much like how Hulk escapes a fray, you watch as Grog just bounds into the air in a large arc, slamming the other side, causing the stones on the outskirts of the riverbed to crack beneath him. You stand back up, proud of yourself. Pike and Scanlan, you're a little jostled from the impact.
That was so fun.
I know, right?
I think I landed on my keys.
I made and I rolled a 9.
You smile as you hear a sploosh behind you. Percival
my boots.
getting right up to the edge and leaping as his foot catches a stone and goes right into the smaller rapid, being carried as well. Keyleth?
Are they, so the people who are in the water, are they all being like dragged under? We can just not see them anymore?
If you take a moment to watch,
Yeah,
you begin.
Percy? Percy?
I think I'm fine with
Percy?
You've been carried away?
The 3 who've been pulled into the river, that includes you, Vexalia, Vaxodan, and Percy. I need you guys to make a constitution.
Constitution?
Yes.
Why does everything here hate us?
Oh, Jesus!
All right.
6?
You're gonna die live.
10.
Why am I rolling so bad right now?
14. Okay. You manage to pull yourself up to the surface. You almost get to the point of actually getting some air, and a force pulls you back under.
Percy! Oh. Okay,
However, Percy, you do maintain the breath in your lungs. You and your brother both
Can I? Oh, Jesus.
give away a bulk of the air, and you can feel yourself in the beginning spasms of drowning.
Can I cast Grasping Vine from the side of the river and try to pull, like, catch myself?
You know what? Yes, you can. In the aspects of this sequence, though, it is a difficult job to cast this. I will say, let's see, is it a concentration check or not?
I don't know. I didn't
Grasping
write
Vine's
that.
a bonus action, yo.
It's a
But
bonus
is it
action.
a concentration spell?
Maybe.
That is the difference.
I don't have my card because
Hang on,
we're
hang on, I can tell you
traveling.
this, I can tell you this.
Matt, how far are they from me?
From you
I have
guys out there,
feelings
there may be
about
25 feet from
No,
It's not?
No, wait. No, it is. Sorry.
That's all right. So I need you to go ahead and roll another Constitution check. if you
Another
could.
one.
Roll better.
I'm scared of all my dice.
Because you have 100 of them.
Oh, no, that's good, that's good. 19.
Okay, so yes, as the rapids are rushing by, you open your eyes and the sting of the very high power water hitting your eyeballs causes you to have a hard time even seeing what's up and down. As you glance up to where the little bit of light from the ever-dusk sky of the Feywild pulls your attention, you put your hand out and using that burst of range or magical energy, you watch as the undergrowth of the river itself stretch out and form this strange slimy mass of vine that wraps around you and yanks you out of the water surface, slamming onto the ground just outside of the river.
That's my broom that I'm holding up in my hand.
Hey. So the river doesn't hate magic?
I don't know.
All right.
Where's my brother? Where's Vax?
Yeah, where's
I'm gonna go ahead and cast control water.
Ooh.
Wherever, where do I see Percy? Where was
Vax.
Percy?
You see Percy?
Is Percy and Vax together?
No.
No, Vax is in the next river over. Percy is about maybe 20 feet from you, but is quickly being rushed down the river to the
Vax stays or Percy?
Percy.
Okay, so first I'm gonna control water, and I'm going to just stop the flow of current
Okay.
and see if I can get it to like burp out Percy.
Okay. So just pat it. Pat it in the back.
I'm gonna burp the river.
It's okay, Gildebrand, it's okay. All right, perfect. So, as you see this influx, you see Vex get kind of thrown out of the river. You see Percy's hand get pulled back under as the river pulls him along at a very fast speed. You concentrate, and as you put your fingers forward, you see the rapid river begin to slow down at a certain point, and it's almost like an invisible dam gets held up as the waters continue to fill out and carry him a little bit further, and then slowly descends to leave him on an empty bank of water as the rest of it kind of slowly seeps to a much lower level. You catch your breath, Percy. However, I need you to go ahead and make a wisdom check, as this is a very, very powerful, magically enforced river, and it's currently combating.
Wisdom check or wisdom saving throw?
No, this is keyless. Just make a wisdom.
Oh,
Never mind.
no, okay, yeah. Wait, what? Just a
Just a
straight
wisdom check.
I think for we haven't really had this type of sequence before. I think I'm going to up it to 1.5 because I think there's more. I don't want to do 1.75 like it's like pure combat. But it's definitely a lot more like checks and that sort of thing. So for these exploration sequences, I might bump it up a little bit. Don't think she rolled well. Don't think she rolled well.
I just spent a lot of money on these dice today.
Wait, hold on. I got this. Quick, everyone. Oh, what's that over there? There.
Oh, 15.
What was it? Was it a 1?
I rolled a 1.
You did?
Wow. All right. Feeling confident in your druidic ways, but unfortunately not yet undergone the formal training of the water Ashari, the actual forceful wave of the river begins to push back your control over that beam, and then cascades down, picking Percy once again back up.
Oh,
An
no.
additional
Let me
30 feet
swim.
down the stream. You are at the surface at the moment, though. You are not considered drowning. You're not drowning. Your brother, not doing so hot. As he's
I do think that for this sort of thing where they're using spells and actions seem to really matter, I said in the notes, like, might be a good time for initiative. At this point, I would roll initiative just to keep track of everything. Honestly, you don't even need to roll initiative. Just be like, hey, we're going to start initiative tracking. Who wants to go first? Like, it honestly doesn't even really matter that much. And then just everyone just gets one thing per round. Just to make sure that, like, people aren't getting too much, both avoiding people getting too much responsibility. So it's like, the spellcasters feeling like they just need to keep doing things to try and solve it. But also so that people don't just get swept away without being able to do anything because they're getting rolled over by the spellcasters. So yeah, it's not often that I'm like, oh man, we need to like put ourselves into initiative outside of combat. But I think that this is, if we're not already there, we're very quickly approaching the point where I think we would need to.
Can I send the vine to him?
well, before we get to that, the three of you guys now get to act. So Grog, Pike,
I'm
and
gonna step forward and inspire myself because
Which Matt's kind of doing. He's getting really, really close to that of like, oh, before you three need to act. this is very much like if you can pull it off as a DM and remember everyone without the initiative tracker, more power to you. It's more just organizing things and making sure that as a DM, you don't accidentally leave someone behind or let someone go twice or whatever. And as a DM with ADHD, I need those sorts of tools. So Matt might not. Matt might be able to kind of handle it all. But this is where I would definitely go into initiative at this point.
I sing to myself, Scanlan Shorthalt, I'm a gnome. My name is Scanlan Shorthalt, I'm a gnome. Chicks I haven't boned, but just you wait, just you wait.
Go and take your inspiration die.
And then I will cast Bigby's hand.
Yes!
Because we're in the symphony hall. And I'm going to grab Vax.
Is that right,
and
John?
just sort of toss him out of the river.
Okay. So taking Bigby's hand, I need you to go ahead and make a strength check for Bigby's hand if you could.
Oh, what does he get? What does Bigby get? Wait,
that's
I'm going.
Different thing.
It's a different guy. He's like a whole guy who's not quite as
Whenever
fancy.
you roll a +8 to it.
Okay, 25.
25. You watch as Bigby's hand plunges into the river itself, vanishes for a few moments, and then, like a reverse cannonball, out of the water, curving around, and at an incredible speed, looks like it's about to spike Vax onto the water side, before slowing down and limply dropping him on the surface, or on the edge of the bank front.
I just give him a little pat on the head.
Which is good, because the pad actually forces the water out of his lungs. No flight.
No flight for a while.
Grog.
Yeah.
Grab Percy.
Yes, me?
Grab Percy.
Fuck yeah. I'll take the alchemy jug.
Oh, God.
And I turn it upside down like a diving bell and I put it over my head. I take the chain of returning and I wrap it around my waist and I hand the other end to Pike because she's got the ogre gauntlets. And I wade into the river to go get Percy.
Okay. I'll say it is your turn to actually, because he moved quite a bit down the river, but you have a pretty high movement rate as a barbarian. So you grab it, you tie the chain around yourself at your full movement speed, and you get to the very edge of the bank and begin to wade in, just as you pull the jar over your head, and that's going to be the end of your action there.
Okay.
Pike, you're holding him to the edge. I need you to go ahead and make a strength check if you could.
I got you, buddy.
Come on, monster.
Oh. Wait, hold on. Where did it go? Hold on. Sorry, I forgot how to play it.
I believe it's +4.
Oh, 18.
18. Without an issue, you watch as this giant anchor of a man is being held solid by this tiny rock of a gnomish player.
Yes! Go get him, Grog!
You see her teeth. Watch as her teeth bites down and her tongue kind of sticks out the edge. She kind of digs her feet into the bottom of the river rock. Percy,
I love it.
you see a dark form in the river as you're rushing past. I need you to go ahead and make a perception check with disadvantage as you're being drawn.
Perception check with disadvantage?
It's a perception check with disadvantage.
I want to try the new die. That's not that bad. That's a, where's my perception? There it is. 14.
14? Okay. Just as you see this strange dark form appear out of the way, you instinctively sweep your hand out and you smack and catch the edge of Grog's pants.
He has pants?
At the hip. And you just catch it, Grog. You see the hand emerge and you catch the edge of it and you pull him just up out of the river and he's now out, caught his breath. He's no longer beneath the surface. You guys are still kind of being pulled now by the water. Your feet are beginning to kind of fall out from under you as the rocks that are actually holding you up are being kind of pulled along by the force of the river. And it seems the longer you're in the river, the stronger it's getting.
Cross the river. Oh, shit. Oh, pull! I got him!
All right. I need you to roll another strength check, Pike, as you pull them in. There's a little more weight on there, so the DC is going to be a little higher. Go ahead and roll.
Come on, Pike.
21.
Can I quickly inspire her?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah. I turn to her and I sing, repairing up your heart when she heals you. And when you are a bard, you feel it too. And no matter what you do, she heals the pain. And she's pretty too.
I love you for doing anything.
Tin cider.
She did a 10.
Oh, I thought
I
it
didn't.
was
Oh, that
an
was an
eight.
8
She's taking out, so go ahead and
Oh, goose.
roll your strength check. And
It's more of a Backstreet Boys
Or is it this way?
kind of.
This way, this better. 15?
With my
15.
Yeah. I originally rolled a 2.
Even with the fantastic rhymes of Scanlan's voice ringing in your ears, and you're holding tight, you feel your heels begin to scrape as the river rush is pulling you now towards the river. Grog and Percy, you feel yourselves actually being brought deeper into the center of the river.
Cross the river. Can I try again with the current? It's a concentration spell of 10 minutes.
Yeah, you do. So come back to Keyleth at this point.
I'm like, oh,
Keyleth,
even the water's angry.
Keyleth, I'd like you to go ahead and make another wisdom check.
Come on, come on.
Roll good.
Can I try to dig in and
Oh, okay, that's better, that's better. Just straight wisdom? Oh, what was that? A saving throw or just a check?
Just a check.
16.
16, that's better. As you guys are being swept away, you feel the current begin to subside slowly, and Pike, once again, you get your ankles dug in. You begin to pull on this. Between the two of you and the concentration of Keyleth, you manage to wrestle Grog and Percy's forms out of the river onto the bank. Now you guys are between two.
Guys, we defeated a creek. It's not a big.
We didn't actually even defeat it.
No, we haven't even gotten started.
So
There's
wait.
like 50 more creeks in front of us.
Me and Vax are on one side, and everyone else is on the other. Then.
Yes.
Also, I was saying like, oh, it's a challenging path, difficult, whatever you want to call it, or like an obstacle. It's definitely a challenging path by my conceptualization, and they just hit on why, and why challenging paths are cool. You have like these points across the Gilded Run, all of these different little islands. And they're all connected by these challenging paths that you will have to deal with on the way back out. That's why obstacles are cool and are needed, but you also want to try and have some challenging paths as well, because they now, even if they wanted to like fucking opt out of this, they kind of can't. They at least have to engage with the challenging path on the way back out if they wanted to. So these challenging paths are going to stay there, and they're always going to mess with them. And you don't want to, have that be everything. I would maybe, if I was going through this, maybe make there be like some hidden enemies on some of these islands. Maybe make there be a few shorter ones. Maybe some that don't have. They have like certain properties that the others don't. I don't know. It's hard to say what I would do exactly. But these challenging paths are really, really nice, and definitely create this very interesting sensation once they get across, where they're like, man, we overcame that, but like we didn't defeat it. It's still there, and we would have to deal with it if we if we went back. It's like all of these rivers kind of rushing through like that. You know what I'm saying? I guess I would also need one there. Yeah. Anyways, I like it. It's cool.
There are a couple of small trees that are kind of planted, or grown up between the riverbanks, and you can still hear the rapids rushing
How
past.
many more rivers would we have to cross?
Looking ahead of you, there's probably 12.
Let's just go home. Let's just go home. Okay.
That was very clever with the pop, by the way.
Yeah,
That was
right?
very clever.
I figured if anything was going to hit me in the head, it would hit the jug first.
That was a good idea.
That was less clever, but
That
still
was,
very
yeah.
What,
you had a
if
different
you,
idea.
what if you were to throw your chain, or if we could throw the rope across the
But
river?
actually, I'm just going to.
The only critique I will give of this is like saying that there are 12 sections left. Definitely was not in my mental picture of what the scene looked like. And, maybe it was in the player's mental picture. Maybe. I don't know. But I definitely think that, I don't know. There's definitely an aspect of, I don't think that they accurately understood the challenge, and accurately understanding the situation is one of the biggest, I think, hurdles in D&D, and also one of the biggest potential frustration points, just like broadly. This feels like the place for a skill challenge, like 12 checks per player feels annoying. Yeah. And it's like, I think that 12 is such a ludicrous amount that they won't do it. Like they will, it is so kind of insane that I think they will try to find another way around it. Cause like that's like a potential frustration point. And that like itself is kind of frustrating that there are so many of these that they would have to clear individually, that it's pushing them towards a different mode of play. But I would have tried to make that a little bit more clear ahead of time, so that, they kind of knew the situation before they got onto the first island. Obviously, they could always just go back and, like, try again. later. But yeah, and it's one of the things that I always, whenever I'm doing any sort of thing that might need to be initiative based or is going to be like a long series of checks like this, is it's where I get out the whiteboard. It's where I get out the whiteboard and the markers and I start fucking drawing. Because even just having a general thing to reference between you and the players can be really helpful in making sure that they understand the situation. Like I said, especially because this is a magical enchanted place, you almost need a visual. Yeah, I agree. Because it's specifically a situation that is allowed to allowed to diverge from our natural intuition of the natural world. And like, even with my, me trying to take on that, like, okay, this is a weird river that has weird rules and, he's narrated this, I was picturing like 4, maybe 6 max. And it has nearly double that. So I think some type of even vague abstract visual would be really, really helpful here.
Use my earrings, I don't have to shout,
Oh yeah, no, that's better.
Hi. I just feel like when I was crossing the river, I wanted to kill myself, sort of. And I'm afraid that anybody else crossing the river is going to feel the same
That's already
thing.
crossed. We're not going to feel the X coming.
Yeah, super close.
Makes sense, really.
The experience when you were trying to cross over was reminiscent of that urge to jump whenever you're near the edge, that weird, sort of very, very base impulse. Whenever you get to a point of danger, it's just, do it. It's like that being triggered and preyed upon.
It's a river of impulses.
Let's.
Such an allegory for so many things.
I know. Here's the thought. We take the rope. We tie ourselves to it.
Yes.
We toss it over to the two of you.
Yes.
We start using it to wade. You help pull us over. Everybody would have to be terrible for everything to go. Everybody will be fighting together to get across.
We can attach the rope to the immovable rod, like just put it in the ground.
We give them the immovable rod.
I think I have it. I thought Croc had it, but I think I might have picked it up after...
As long as we're tied together,
fine.
we can only go so
I think I
far.
got
It'd be like mountain climbing.
Yeah, but that just gets us across one, right?
I think they're across.
How wide is this second river?
They're across
between
2 rivers.
How wide's the
10
second
more
river between us
Jeez
and that?
Between you guys, about 20 feet across.
20 feet.
Let's get 20 feet across.
No, there's 10 more rivers.
There's so many rivers.
Okay,
Wait, can we just become mist form? Are our minds affected when we're mist form?
Yeah, well, I'm sure it can.
Is it?
Are we? I didn't learn mist form today.
Fuck yeah.
What if we
Sorry.
just made a boat? And then just floated down the river?
They're rapids.
Terrible idea. The rapids.
That sounds like a terrible idea by the look of his face.
He's already
I know anything.
Does it look like all the rivers are connected?
It looks like some of them swell between each other and then split off again. Some are solitary from your current position that you can see, but you...
I will say there is a small maybe detail that I don't know if it's going to come up, so I want to get it out of my head now. Percy mentioned like, oh, it'll be like rock climbing. Like, we'll do this and then they'll do that. I think when players come up with a group plan like that, like it's a group kind of execution, so to speak. It depends on how I'm feeling that day, the tone at the table, what the players like, what they don't. I've run it a few different ways. You can either, but I think the common thread is that I will run those things. If it's a group plan, I'll run it as a group check. So it's like, okay, everyone rolls, and then it's like, if there are more successes or more failures, then we go in that direction. Even more than that, sometimes, especially if it is something where it's like, they will need to execute this plan over and over, but there might be things that happen in between, so we need to separate it into a bunch of checks. Making a group modifier for it, and then saying, okay, like, what are all of your guys' athletics modifiers? And then we take the average of that, and it's like, okay, that's the group modifier. Someone will give me a D20 roll. And we run it like that so that it's really fast every time. But that's only if you're going to like have a plan and execute on it over and over and over and over. Typically, those are going to be plans that don't require resource expenditure, like Percy's talking about, but could theoretically succeed if everyone is working together. So that is something I could see happening here with that like mountain climbing strat that Percy was talking about. where it's like, okay, like what is everyone's athletics? Because that's pretty much the only thing that would matter here. We get a group athletics and then we roll 1 check per. Now, that still doesn't stop it from being like 12 checks in a row. They're probably going to fail one just by the odds. And so failure can't be too extreme. Ideally, you would have events on the islands in between, and failure on one of those checks would put them in like a worse position for the event on the island, whether it's like an enemy or even like a role play event, whatever. Failure would put them in like a worse position. I think that could be kind of interesting, but we'll ultimately see how Matt handles it. But yeah, it's a kind of weird thing, but it's a lot of times for when the party comes up with like plans that are really widely applicable. Like at one point, one of my parties came up with like a very standard scouting plan of like, okay, when we're going into a potentially dangerous area, we are going to scout this way every time. Like, these people are going to have these roles. The plan is like laid out. And so I said, okay, whenever we make a check to test that plan, let's get a modifier. So that's the time when I have used those sorts of things, because they didn't happen a lot back to back to back, but they would happen a lot like once per session, once every other session. And so it was easier to just have a modifier for it.
You only have what's immediately near you to really see. And since some of these are hills and it kind of carves into part of these hills, you don't have a complete view of how they intertwine and merge beyond the immediate hillsides.
Hey, Garmili.
Yeah, where's he?
He's back on the other side, like,
Hi.
I got me,
help, please.
Have you heard any stories about how people crossed these damn rivers before?
I told you I've heard about this land. I haven't actually been here.
I know, so tell me what you've heard. Whoa.
It's dangerous, and it keeps the shademirk from spreading.
Cool.
Garmili, hop in the river.
No.
Get fucked. Yeah, I think that this is a good example that Theshel is giving. Exhaustion, especially 524 exhaustion, is also a good consequence. I think 2 streams ago we talked about like failing forward versus success with consequences. I think in general for exploration challenges, especially one where they develop like a low resource usage plan, I tend towards success with consequences. Where if they can't get across the river, that is probably just going to waste time. Like, that's probably not like an interesting failure. Even if you're failing forward. But success with consequences where, depending on their plan, depending on their resource expenditure, depending on how clever they are, they're going to have to expend something to get across this, and their plans and their roles will just determine how much they have to spend in order to get across the Gilded Run. And that sets them up in either a better or worse position when they finally do get across, or if they have anything in between. And I think that those sorts of challenges are good, quick ways towards testing your players outside of combat and having their decisions outside of combat really affect upcoming combats and like the general balance and how they feel, how desperate they feel, where it's like, oh man, if we'd done better in the Gilded Run, or if we'd, been a little bit more precise, this combat would be so much easier. But because we didn't, it's much harder. So I think those are good ways that you can go towards having there be consequences towards exploration. And like I said, I love the 524 exhaustion system for this sort of thing. Especially the mountain climbing idea. That's a great exhaustion source. But damage can also work with like, fucking rocks hitting them, or like failing a wisdom save, 5 HP in the process of bouncing out of it. There's psychic damage that works. So yeah, I think it's all all a good example of like really, really fast ways to test them and to drain their resources in a way that feels good in the narrative.
Has my minute of hand worn off yet?
I'd say it's getting towards the end.
All right, I'm going to take Garmeleon and throw him across as many rivers.
Go ahead and make a strength check.
25 again.
Being a small and relatively lightweight fey creature, but also smug in his standing position after proclaiming his negative approach to Grog's idea, he doesn't quite notice the spiraling purple hand that swings up from behind, grasping him and lifting him into the air with an incredible speed. All you hear is the distant as the hand then, like full-on fastball special, just chucks him. Arcing overhead. Poof, a little pool of dust.
Did he make it? Did he make it? How far did he get?
He made it past 5 of them. And also suffered 22 points of damage.
Okay.
There's a long, awkward pause as you see no movement,
Oh God, I think I just killed him.
Scanlan, you're such a dick!
That was a little harsh.
which gets more and more awkward the longer it goes by.
Oh, God.
Until
Did we just
eventually you
kill
see a shift, and this small form rise up, raises a thumb, which quickly transitions into a middle finger.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. He's doing great.
Well, Scanlan, Keyleth, look, if I had magic, I would just freeze all the water. So
Yes,
go
I've
ahead
got,
and do that.
if Bigby's hand had about a minute or 10 seconds left, I've got about 9 minutes left on this control water spell.
do the next
So
one.
why don't we try and move as fast as possible
All right, then
along
do
with
it.
the chain and maybe the immovable rod. Let's go. You guys go
All right.
first, and I'm going to try and halt the flow of as many rivers.
Make a wisdom check if you could.
Oh, jeez. Come on.
Come on, you stupid opal dice.
Is that natural 20? Is it natural 20 or
No, it's another fucking one! What? Useless!
You guys thought it ended
Put it
last
away,
game.
Keyleth. Put it away for the rest of the night.
I spent so much money
It's
on
got to
these.
reset. It's got to reset.
Nope,
It's gotta
you
reset.
gotta retire that bitch.
You just gotta
No, they haven't been charged.
Banish it. Put it in that box.
put it in its dice jail.
You Percy!
I do.
Don't touch my dice, Percy!
So, as you guys begin to prepare your attempt to cross the river, Keyleth concentrates, the river stalls for a moment, and then just pushes past. It's unaffected. Mind you, the spell does seem to have an effect when you're having a better time concentrating, but it is a magical force versus a magical force, and you can see it actually angrily swells against the resistance, and that's where the actual tension
something we
comes.
can do for
There is something living, like an entity, that these rivers seem to almost mingle as.
Are there a bunch of
Very
like trees?
clustered.
Are there a bunch of trees?
There are a few sporadic trees scattered around, yes.
How tall are they?
They're not that tall, so maybe 15, 20 feet up. This area, these trees specifically are a little more kind of marsh-based, and they're not quite swamp-based trees, but that's as tall as they get. They're not like a
The
crazy
river's like
big
20
forest.
feet wide, right?
No, these are like maybe 5 feet wide.
Oh. 5
chop
feet?
down
We
a
could
tree.
jump across them?
Oh, the rivers, sorry. The trees are 5 feet wide. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Yes, the actual rivers are between 10 to 20
Do
feet.
you
so
have
the
tree
wider-
stride?
I do, but I can only cast that on myself.
Oh. But I thought we could all use it always.
All right.
We can use we can use the transport via, there's
Transport via
there's
plants.
teleport via plants, which I did not bring today.
Okay, cool.
What did you bring today?
You know I brought control water, Grog.
And the funk, apparently. That's
Wait, the total distance from us to the end of the 12th river is how far?
Probably close to 250 feet.
we can do that in 5 minutes.
So I can make it with pike super fast.
How?
Dimension door.
Oh.
But the rest of you are
No. This is really good. This is good because with the immovable rod,
I can set it.
you can
forget
set it.
Set it and forget it.
And then tie maybe the
And tie something to
the,
it,
the endless rope to it, and then I'm
how
not
do you
sure
get
how,
back?
and then you teleport back to the other side. No, that
How's
doesn't
that
quite
gonna work?
I don't know.
Wait, if we dimension door, what if you turn into an animal to fly, and then you have a broom, someone can ride
Yeah,
it?
but it made me want to
can't
swim.
fly.
It made me want to like.
I could potentially turn us into animals that can swim, which is why I was wondering if the rivers were connected. Maybe we can jump like salmon going upstream, you know?
It's a try.
Don't
try.
tell Trinket.
See all sorts of issues.
Trinket is safe in this necklace right now.
raise earth? Can you make like a dam?
I can, and I did bring Move Earth as well as Wall of Stone. To be totally honest, I am terrified of messing with the grounds. I'm afraid if I move the Earth, it will eat me. It will split open and just swallow me. I mean, I could try it.
So wait, did I hear right that these rivers are alive? Did I hear?
They're magical rivers.
I'm gonna chop down a tree.
Well, you're gonna chop down a tree.
Dude. Okay, so I have two things to say about that, Topaz. I really, really love. especially in Blades in the Dark, it's robberies, it's heists, it's thieving. Like, your kit and your equipment are super important. And instead of locking you in because one of the like cornerstones of Blades in the Dark is that they want you to get to the fun stuff. And while having a plan that works is fun, the process of planning is not fun. It's homework a lot of the time. And so Blades in the Dark just says you have to choose your load, which is basically, you can think about it as like your carrying capacity. So like every item has like an amount of load that it takes up, but you just decide your max load, which has an effect on your appearance and how quickly you can, and like basically your movement speed. And then in the actual heist, you can choose whatever you want. You can say, oh, we need a grappling hook. Boom, I brought a grappling hook. And you just mark off the load that grappling hook takes up. And if you don't have enough load yet left, you can't like come up with something new. And I really like that as a solution. I also really like Daggerheart's solution of allowing you to swap things in and out of your vault, but you have to take stress in order to do so. I think that's a cool solution. Is saying like, okay, you can prepare at the beginning. You can choose what's in your vault, what's not. And then if you want to switch because you encounter a situation, you just have to pay an additional cost. I think it's a good way of rewarding planning and like good prediction, while also allowing you to utilize all of your stuff. Because I think it does get a little bit lame when it's like, man, I would have the perfect solution to this challenge, but I just can't, but I don't have it. Like with Keyleth in this situation. So if there was like a feature where prepared casters could spend, I don't know, a spell slot to, like, if you could spend a spell slot of that level to swap two spells at that level, like say, like 5th level, like you spend a 5th level spell slot and you can trade one of your prepared 5th level spells for another 5th level spell. That could be cool. Choose your load. It's coming from one of us. Yeah. I was just about to suggest spells like, yeah, it's like some sort of cost, because I do think it's interesting and it's somewhat important that you can't just use everything on your spell list. That's silly. But so you want to give some reward to the planning. But I think that allowing the flexibility at a cost is also good. It's sort of the entire it's a very similar concept to talking about the exploration challenge in the first place, of like, oh, if you're clever, if you prepare well enough, if you think through it, then you're going to get through with less resource expenditure. Same thing with this spell swapping, is it's like, oh, if you prepared and you thought through your spells, you will get through it with less resource expenditure, but you're not totally fucked if you didn't prepare the right ones. You just have to expend more resources as like a tax. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, and that's like an easy enough homebrew rule that you could implement at your tables if this is happening a lot. And it may or may not happen more often I think there are more prepared, even though I know that they made the weird, like, they're all prepared casters now, but they're not actually all prepared casters. I do still think that they're, even disregarding that, I think there are more prepared casters in 524. So it might be a thought process to go down on if this is happening a lot to your party. If it's not happening all that often, where, like, most of the time they're bringing the right kit, probably not something that you need to address. But if it's happening all the time, and especially if one of your players vocalizes frustration at it, it might be something to consider. Yeah. They just renamed known spells to prepared. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, and it's like, I think that the naming is stupid. Overall, I think that it made the system slightly sleeker. But the names that they chose, I think, are dumb. Like, I think if they had reversed it and been like, everyone is known casters, but some of them can switch the spells that they know. Makes way more sense to me. Then everyone's prepared, but some people can change the ones that are prepared, but some people just can't change the ones that are prepared. Like, that's a little silly. But that's a separate stream.
Keyleth picked a flower and the entire world ended.
Wait.
We are getting nowhere super fast.
Easy plan, easy peasy. Teleport immovable rock with immovable rock.
Yeah.
You shoot one end of the arrow to him.
Oh, why did I think of that?
Everything's easy peasy.
All right,
I'm so stupid. Why did we think of that? I don't know. You're so
give me the
smart.
rod. You take the eternal string or whatever it's
I
called.
have the eternal string and I have the rod.
Okay.
There we go.
Can I walk over to a tree just in case their plan fails? I want to start chopping it.
No, just wait.
No, let him.
You come to one of the nearby trees at the edge. You can see across the way. It looks like there's part of a crumpled stone kind of corner of some long, dilapidated ruin. You can see what looks to be one dried tree log that has fallen over and is kind of rotted on the other side. But there's one tree right on the edge of the bank that you guys are on that leads across this next third river that is pretty solid looking. Maybe 4 feet in thickness there.
Don't
and
do it yet, Croc.
25 feet.
Don't do it, Croc. Do not do it yet.
I hope your stupid plan works.
Hey, Croc. Remember when we almost died because I picked a flower? Just throwing it out there.
I'm just super bored, so do your plan.
All right.
I'm gonna start tying the rope to an arrow.
arrow.
I'm tying the rope to an arrow.
Tying the rope to an arrow?
Yeah.
Okay. You have at this point probably a good 7 minutes left.
Of the control water?
Correct.
All right, let's do this and I'll...
Oh wait, are you gonna teleport and then we're gonna try to do that and then?
let's do it.
Okay,
I'll try.
So you teleport first. I'll shoot the arrow, see if I can actually get it to stick over there, and then you can do the. Okay.
Ike, you with me?
Yep.
Hand in hand.
Hand in hand.
Here we go. All right.
luck.
I dimension door us across the river.
Okay. As you guys grasp hands, both of them vanish in a swirl of purplish pink smoke. You see that simultaneously across all the banks, right at the edge of the shade mark, thump, this little burst of energy. You guys land on the ground immediately, your feet sinking about 3 inches into this black sludge-like tar material. Awesome. Already you can smell the outskirts of the shade mark. This very like sulfurous kind of this decay smell that just kind of permeates the ground by you, and you can see it seeping into the river like a slow-moving morass of syrup, and the water just carries it away upstream like an angry force of cleaning. It's a little sludgy where you stand, but you guys are across.
All right. Hey, shoot an arrow at me.
All right, I shoot an arrow.
Oh, wait,
Not directly at him, but pretty close to him.
But roll an attack.
Long shot.
I have a really long.
Roll an attack.
I'm just gonna shoot a couple arrows just to be sure.
I
Yes.
instinctively cover my neck.
17.
17.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
5.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Because ones are always fun for situations.
Oh no, I didn't roll.
All right, so you fire the arrow. It goes a little wide while you're kind of aiming in the proximity of skin.
It's the rope. It just is a little weighted.
And arc off and staples to one of the outside trees, sticking in. The rope goes lax and begins to be carried into the water. You can see the tension as the river itself seems to be trying to pull the rope underneath the rapids.
I hold the other side of the rope.
Okay, you begin pulling it up, and it's hard to pull up. The actual river is almost pulling the rope under its
I grab it
surface.
too.
All right, so I need both of you guys to go ahead and make strength checks together.
Can I try and stop the currents once you can?
What's the range of control water?
300 feet.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, calm, waters, calm.
And hook it to the immovable rod there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot that whole part of the plan.
Oh!
What the hell?
Oh my God!
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, you can't use it anymore. You're not allowed to use that dice anymore.
Throw it off stage. Just throw it.
It costs like $10 for dice.
I am not giving you all that dice.
Say it.
Son of a bitch.
Say it. What was
Come
it?
on, it was a 1. So it was a 1?
Assuming it's a low roll.
Yeah.
It's a fucking 1.
I think.
For the third time in a row.
All right, so what did you guys roll for your strength checks?
Oh, for strength checks, I rolled
As there's been no druidic aid, unfortunately, in this particular
14 for strength.
Ike, do you know any sailors?
Percy, what'd you roll for strength?
I sure do.
Can you tie a sailor knot around this
I
immovable
sure
rod?
can.
Which one?
The swirly whirly.
So as the two of you rush over the 30 feet
My
of the tree,
personal favorite.
the tree with the rope is stapled to right now, it's kind of taut. You can see it starting to kind of break the arrow as the actual strength of the
God, why can't Ashley be around all the time? Man. This is what I talk about. Oh, and the fucking that dice goes away forever. I agree. I'm not even someone that's paranoid about dice. It was 3 ones in a row, yes. I'm not someone that's paranoid about dice, but there's no reason to tempt fate. That one goes away. But I wish Ashley Johnson was around all the time, because we talked about during their time in West Run, there was a moment where Matt improv'd the name of the flower of Westrun. It's like a white iris or something. And all of the players were so impressed, and like we talked about it in chat, I was like, hey, like what's like impressive about it? I don't get it. Is that like a callback? And y'all were like, oh no, I think they're just impressed at his improv. Exact sort of shit that she just did. Like, obviously she kind of made it up, but it's the same. To me, Matt obviously made up the flower as well. Now maybe their presentations and perceptions were a bit different, but I think that level of confidence is what all DMs and players should strive for when going about role playing like that, especially for like, again, for shit that doesn't matter. Like, oh, tie a sailor's knot. What's the name of the knot? The real answer is who fucking cares. But the actual answer is it's fun role play. Just make shit up. And that's exactly what Ashley Johnson does. I think a lot of the players, even like the good players at this table, might hesitate a little bit more or might try to like come up with an answer that like makes more sense. And I think she has the correct instinct to just like, say a name. It's fun. Whatever. Saying a name quickly, I think, is more fun roleplay than trying to think of like a good answer. And I think I honestly rarely see those instincts outside of Matt. And I wish Ashley was here all the time. I wish she was here all the time. It was 11611 actually. At least we had the 16 in there, you know, just to prove that maybe it's not fully weighted improperly. Eventually, Ashley will be among us in like 5 years. Damn it. But c'est la vie.
Jeez.
The rope being pulled into the river.
Percy, what'd you roll for strength?
Oh, that's good. I rolled a 10. I'm not that strong.
We are
That's
so
okay.
weak. We
That's
are doing
fine.
so great.
It's okay. Between the two of you guys, you managed to slowly pull it out of most of the rapids, still kind of being dragged by one. It takes you about another minute or so, but you manage to get the rope entirely taut against the edge of the arrow pike, you catching the actual rope on the other side before that arrow snaps and carries it back by the strength of their pull. So you take it, you go ahead and make a little knot.
Think it's going whirly?
That's strong. From your experience as a sailor. To the immovable rod, and it is solid and in place.
Yes.
So I tie the rope to myself?
Yeah, we should
and
each
then
tie the
hang on?
rope, yeah.
Tie the rope off?
I'll tie the rope to all of us.
What?
Grog, you're on the end there with the rope.
Nope, I'm gonna cut down this fucking tree.
No, no,
That's
All right, fine, I'll help.
Well, we're gonna tie a rope to
Oh, around me.
Yeah, around all of us. Yeah, so keel it too. You get a rope as well.
Actually, I get a
You
rope.
get a rope. You get a rope.
We all get ropes.
You should be in front, and then the rest of us.
Oh, okay, sure.
No, we've got...
And Vax, of course,
Vax.
obviously, my brother, who is
Of
standing
course.
right here very stealthily.
Being so helpful.
He kind of looks to you, and his wings, he lets them dissipate, as they're not going to be much of a help in this moment.
No, they're not.
You're going to be tied to the rope. I want to be tied close to you, at least. He goes ahead and shimmies over. So you guys all so you guys are all tying yourselves like a daisy chain.
Yeah, you know,
Okay.
like you do.
All right, and once you've all fixed it, what is the order in which you guys are fixed?
Oh, geez.
I'm just curious.
I'll be in the front.
Grog, I think
It's Grog, then Percy.
Percy, Vax.
Keel it.
And then leave a little slack for Gormili at the end.
Go. Oh, right, because we got to pick him up on the way through.
He's in between the two of you guys right now.
Yeah,
He's
we're,
kind of
we're
waiting.
on our way to you, Garmili, don't worry.
Good.
Yeah.
He looks over the shoulder at Scanlan and goes, good. All right. So you guys all begin to pull yourselves forward on the rope, taking your time to make sure that anything bad happens. You take a moment to pause and help out your friends. I need everyone who's on the edge of that rope, just go ahead and make a general athletics check.
Everybody holding on to
Just
the
a general athlete.
Everybody who's currently tied onto the rope, so not the nose.
Athletics?
Yes.
No, we're not.
20.
I will say, not to critique their plan, because I think it's a good plan. I will say, they probably have other mundane ropes, and it would probably be better if they tied the endless rope to the tree and the immovable rod on the other side. And then they all tied a mundane rope in the middle. Like, they tied a knot on the mundane rope that they can move along, like clipping into a rope on like a low ropes course. That'd probably be a little bit better. But that is assuming that the immovable rod on the other side doesn't give way or anything, that assumes that the anchor points are holding. But also, if one of them goes and like they're all pulling on the anchor point, that's the same likelihood of the anchor point going. Anyways, but whatever. Whatever. I'm just saying that maybe I would reward certain plans higher than others as the DM.
Yes.
That's acceptable.
Athletics.
13.
Are we in any kind of favored terrain right now?
Only for Aquaman is this favorite terrain.
Nothing?
I'm gonna say no.
Rivers are, okay, cool. 11 there with a dice in the Adam.
Right there.
So that's 20, what'd you get?
22.
22, okay.
By the way, this one.
So,
Nice. Make it a comeback.
you guys need to pull yourself forward. The two half-elf twins in their physical waif-like state, they're going to find themselves being carried hard down the first, second, and third progressive rivers as you guys pull through, but you end up make up the slack and get them back on the land each time and slow down your progress. You only have 3 more minutes on your
3
spell
more
for
minutes.
preparation.
And Keyless just got like angry tears of frustration in the back as she's trying to control the water. And trying to just runny eyeliner like it's 2001. And you're just holding on.
So, you manage to make it across the next 6 or so rivers. You get to where Garmelia is. He's sitting there kind of tapping his little hoof impatiently.
Tie yourself on there, Garmelia. Just tie it on.
He looks up at the rope, which is like basically head level, and just give me some slack. Thanks. Kind of wraps it around his midsection, ties it up, and it's uncomfortably tight because as soon as you guys are moving, he kind of pulls it on his midsection. And he's actually, when it's pulled taut, because of his size, he's actually lifted up between you guys. So his feet dangling, he's kind of top heavy, and how it tied, so he kind of rotates. His feet are kind of in the air. You bring yourself over to the 9th river finally traversed. A few of the scary moments. Keyleth, I want you to go ahead and make a wisdom check again to see if you can aid this next length.
Fuck you, no.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, okay. It's a 19. Total 19. Oh,
Harnessing the inspiration of frustration at your recent failures to control the elements that you've been so hoping to learn to bring to your beck and call. You look forward at what would be the third to last river in your guys' progress forward, and angrily just do this with your hands. You guys watch as the river, like a paper, is just torn asunder. The water held at bay.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Just go.
You guys run down the bank, stepping over. As you start to reach the other side of the bank, Grog, your heavy foot hits something that seems to react to the impact of your weight.
Like a thing?
Like a what? Like a thing? Like a...
You guys make your way up the edge of the river. As you glance over the side, you see something in the mud kind of...
Nope.
I stepped on a catfish.
Let's get up and out.
As you guys all
Just realized something. Of course, the rivers aren't natural. They're stopping the bog from spreading. It makes sense there are 12 parallel, similarly sized rivers. It's for containment. So, I mean... It depends. I think it's if we eventually find out that the Gilded Run itself was like enchanted and is like basically like a constructed environment, then I agree. I think that makes sense. It's a series of canals essentially. It also like they describe it like being like a rocky surface on either side. Which is kind of interesting. Up until now, though, I have not gotten the impression that the Gilded Run was meant to contain the shademirk. Simply that it is like a happy accident. Like the shademirk was spreading until it hit the Gilded Run, and then it stopped. So my current understanding of the Gilded Run is that it is just a natural thing. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't be magical and abide by like weird Feywild rules. And like anything in the Feywild could just like be like naturally magical. Like there's that's more where my head is at, is just that like the Gilded Run is just this naturally magical river whose magic just so happens to contain the shademirk.
Take a break.
It could be the land fighting back against the crouching. Could also be. I mean, I think that all of these are valid directions to go down. That there's a Fey who constructed the Gilded Run and enchanted its waters. That there was a Fey that saw the Gilded Run and saw the Shademirk and purposefully redirected the Gilded Run in order to contain the Shademirk. Very Army Corps of Engineers. That these are, I think, all possible directions. That's why I like my trying to understand it and like fit it into rules is kind of a fool's errand because, and that's why I kind of stopped, is because there are so many possibilities that can explain the Gilded Run as we currently see it, that you can kind of fit a lot of theories in and it'll just kind of work. And until Matt gives us more of an explanation as to why the terrain is the way it is, there are plenty of leaps that we can make in our mind that can all generally make sense. The only thing we really need to know is it is magical. It's there's a very classic, I don't know the exact quote, so I'm gonna butcher it. But it's something along the lines of like, it's when talking about like sci-fi or fantasy writing where readers can only ask 2 questions before they get tired about any given thing. And so whenever you're explaining something in fantasy or in sci-fi, you only have to explain it like twice or like even like once, in order to answer the questions. So it's like if you take like Star Trek, it's like how does the Federation, how do people cross vast distances and, visit all of these vast places? The answer is that their ships are equipped with faster than light technology. How does the faster than light technology work? Special crystals. And that's it. We have gone 2 layers, and most viewers and most audience members do not ask a third question. They don't really think about, how do the crystals work? They've gotten their 2 answers. They are satisfied. And I think the same goes for this. Why is the Shademirk bog not spreading? The Gilded Run. Why is the Gilded Run containing it? It's magical. And then, like, the explanation for why it's magical can go 1,000 different directions, but it kind of doesn't matter because the players, most of the time, are not going to ask those additional questions until they become pertinent. So it sort of rarely matters. Let's see. I feel like Rangers shouldn't necessarily have multiple favored terrain enemies. They should just have flexible features where they like attune themselves to the local environment. It's a very magical, druidy sort of feel. I mean, yeah, I think I talked about what I wanted out of Rangers quite a bit in the 524 streams, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I think that they are a class that the fantasy revolves around exploration, and there just aren't enough exploration mechanics for them to really grasp onto as a class. But it could be the land fighting back. Yeah, I mean, the Shademirk started in the Gilded Run. At least that was my interpretation. Well, that's the weird part, is that where the Shademirk is used to be the heart of the Gilded Run, which I think my initial interpretation is like, the source? But it could have also just been the heart of the Gilded Run Delta. And so as the Shademirk expanded, it like pushed the water closer and closer into these more and more narrow channels. Like maybe it had like a very spread out delta, and then it pushed all of that water into more and more narrow channels. So that's why it's now rapids. And maybe the Gilded Run's magic is directly correlated with the speed of the moving water. So the faster the water moves, the stronger the magic gets. And therefore, it eventually reached some sort of equilibrium where the shademirk is pressing the water out, but the water gets stronger and stronger the further it's pressed until eventually we get an equilibrium of them pressing on each other. That's also an explanation. Is it right? Who knows? I don't think we have enough data. Yeah. So I don't know. Have fun, Mr. Multi, with your Skyrim run. But we hit a break, so I'm going to take that really quick, and then I will be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello. Ron Quixote. Mega, I forgot. What's your certainty in the trees of Whitestone and the Feywild are connected? Dude, like, it's not even like the trees in general. It is specifically the cancerous tree and the sun tree. The moon tree and the sun tree. It's like, if they are not, I will just be incredibly surprised. Like, I'm rarely so it's the rest of everything else that I've said, like, oh, you know, if they get rid of Fenthros, then that'll kill the cancer tree and that'll kill the sun tree. Like, the level of connectivity, I guess I'm not totally certain about. But the base idea that the cancerous tree mentioned within the Fenthros clue that they have is somehow connected or analogous to the sun tree, that is something I'm incredibly confident about. I am rarely as confident about that. I'm rarely as confident about theories as I am about that. that is like if that is not the case, I feel as though Matt will have really missed a huge opportunity. Unless there's like a pre-stream tree or another cool tree that I am forgetting about. That is the only other possibility. But the basic concept, even more basic, that the cancerous tree is related to some special tree on the material plane. I believe it to be the sun tree because I can't think of any other like notable trees. So, it's possible that it's a different tree that I've forgotten about. But I am so broadly confident about that. Now, everything else I'm faltering a bit on because a lot of my original theory surrounding Fenthros and the Moon Tree was that this was specifically not a Vex arc, and it was potentially going to kick off a Vex arc. Which could still be the case. We haven't really gotten that much more Vex stuff in the Moonbrush. So, like, we had it in Singorn, and then we had it with the bear. But we didn't get any in the Moonbrush, which, to be fair, one episode. If we get more Vex stuff during this ep, I will, like, re-up my confidence that this is meant to be a Vex arc. But, we're kind of in a little bit of limbo. And I don't quite know how, because my original theory was that if you take Fenthros, the Sun Tree dies. Like, that's the trade-off. But I don't foresee that being enough of a motivator or enough of a moral quandary for Vex. I think she would just choose to take it. So I don't think that that's what it'll end up being. I think that there's some component that I'm not quite sure on, and it might have something to do with the Archfey. Because the original passage, I don't even think mentions the Archfey, but I believe Allura and then either the Mystic or their dad in Singorn mentioned the Archfey. That it's like a corrupted Archfey. Yeah, the bow that fell to the Titans lost in the Feywild. So the original passage didn't mention the Archfey, but there has been an Archfey mentioned twice since. And there's maybe something there that I haven't thought enough about in how does the Archfey work into things, and will taking the bow somehow like release the Archfey and like potentially like the. Okay, here's a theory. I'm not ultimately confident about it, but here's a theory. If the shademirk originally acted as the heart of the Gilded Run, and Fenthros is the heart of a cancerous tree, I think there's some very clear wording similarities. So it is possible that taking Fenthros will unleash the shademirk upon the Feywild. Potentially include, like, if they take Fenthros, the Gilded Run dies. If they take Fenthros, the Gilded Run dies. And if the Gilded Run dies, the shademirk is unleashed and might kill Singorn. Probably will kill Singorn. Probably will, just maybe even just like decimate the fucking Feywild. Who knows? Ecological disaster. Unless it's contained separately. And that might also unleash the ley lines in Whitestone and thereby feed the siphon more. So maybe it's not that the sun tree would die, but that the cancerous tree and the sun tree are analogous. And so getting rid of the Gilded Run, or maybe it would do the opposite. Maybe it would get rid of all the ley lines in Whitestone and therefore like shrivel up the siphon. And maybe that's a good or maybe that's a bad thing. I think there have just been more complicating factors added to it that make the comparison a little bit tougher. Like the shademirk is a complicating factor and the Gilded Run. Although I think the Gilded Run, I feel relatively confident about relating those to the ley lines around Whitestone. But the question is, the Gilded Run is clearly a more prominent feature than I had first initially thought. And so how will taking Fenthros affect the shademirk and the Gilded Run? I think that's the big, big question that will then draw a parallel into the material plane. But I think maybe the big, maybe missing component is that it won't just affect the material plane, it'll also affect the Feywild, and that may matter to Vex. That may be enough to give her a bit of pause about, like, killing Singorn, or essentially consigning Singorn. I don't know. There's maybe something there. Do you think we'll get to the Moon Tree or longer, this episode or longer? Almost certainly. Like, we might see the Moon Tree, but it'll be like a cliffhanger. I don't think we'll like interact with it in any meaningful way. I think we'll kind of like get there or not get there. We'll either not get there at all, or we'll get there and that'll be like the end of the session. But I think that they will devote an entire session, or at least, you know, a substantial portion of the beginning of one, to the Moon Tree, towards interacting with it, any sort of combat that will be there. I also mentioned I don't think they would do the Moon Tree interaction in the live show because the audio's weirder, the visuals are harder, and I think they would. I don't think Matt would plan for a big momentous moment at the live show. But I could be wrong. That is a big, like, I'm reading his priorities, and I might be dead wrong about his priorities when it comes to, like, what is or isn't included in the live show. So I don't think we will, but maybe. And so that's... I don't know. I'm very confident about the connection between the Moon Tree and the Sun Tree. I'm not confident at all anymore about what will happen if they take Fenthros. I have no fucking clue. I feel like my original theory is unlikely to be accurate.
Bogged across the water, slams back, continuing to flow with the river. Angrily, it roars and seems to almost swell up over the bank where it once was before it slowly descends back to its natural rushing
Oh,
rapids.
that's a really big catfish.
There are two more rivers now ahead of you. There's this one right before you, and then the one that separates you from
Are
Scanlan
they
and Pike.
multiplying?
No, there were 12 ahead of you.
it's because we got them wet.
There were roughly 12 ahead of you when you asked. You guys have now traversed 9 of them, 10 of them, and so there's only really 2 more left at this point. So, Keyleth.
I believe in you.
Pistol time? Oh, please. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to. I was really nervous. Oh, it's an 18. Oh. No, 25.
25, great.
Well, do you know what, Percy?
Stop.
So I'm just going to kind of talk and be like, look, River, just, you know, I'm your friend. I don't want any tension between us. Just trying to make it across you, you know?
The actual near growl of the rapids begins to slowly subside in the river before you as the water just sinks down into a slower, more gentle pace. You can see it kind of building up and backing up behind you as the river here kind of comes to a soft, cool dip that you guys can begin to walk through as well.
Good river. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah.
Can I keep an eye out for whatever I stepped on in the river?
Yeah, make a perception check.
6.
You don't have any
0.
extra? Oh.
And so, Croc, being in the front of the troop, as the river is slowly separated for this, you step down into the mud, and you don't notice a similar shift kind of curl up behind you, as suddenly a rapid, a set of gargantuan, long, tooth-filled jaws come pouring out of the mud underneath the bank, snapping towards your large, half-giant form. That is a... That is a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alrighty.
Oh, no.
First real attack damage of tonight's episode.
Pissed off.
How come we never noticed the battle map has a river on it? Oh, no.
Send 2 more rivers on
You
both.
suffer 27 points of piercing damage.
Yikes.
Oh, geez.
As you, Grog, are suddenly grappled, the jaws have actually latched onto your midsection and hold you. You guys look ahead as you see this form, this spray of dark, grimy mud and river bottom muck gets just flung into the air. And looking, you see what looks to be a far larger than you've ever seen before crocodile-like entity has come bursting out from under the river.
Oh God, we're in Florida.
As you see, the sheer force of the impact pushes him forward and actually carries him onto the other side of the river. In doing so, dragging all of you behind him at a rapid pace.
We're across!
Solid. I was like thinking about this, and I was like, how's he gonna do this? Blah blah blah. Solid. Because I generally try to avoid mixing types when it comes to transitions or when it comes to nodes. Sometimes a node will be more than one thing, and you just have to choose the thing that it is most prominently. But I think that it's a very good idea to not have the battle or conflict with this adversary be in the middle of the path. Generally, I try to conceptualize paths as kind of spaceless, if that makes sense, or like very quick transitionary zones. This obviously is a very pure abstraction. But I would not have a combat inside of like a path area unless it like spilled out on a battle map. So I like that even though they in fiction, in the description of things, encountered the enemy, somewhere in here, the reality of when they're actually interacting with it in a game sense is this is a little bit off. The reality of when they're actually interacting with it is in one of these. So it's not modifying the path really. The nature of the path maybe obscured the obstacle, which is totally cool. And then there was an obstacle on here, even though it's narrated as having come from the physical area of the path. So I really, really like, it's a small choice, but to have the thing burst them out into the maybe theoretical battle arena, I think is a really solid choice in this overall sequence. Now, that's not saying that you can't have a combat or an obstacle inside of what may, in a larger sense, be a challenging path. You absolutely can, but especially in this one, I really like the choice to have it not be, which is maybe a longer, more complicated talk, but I'll leave it there. It seems like you didn't plan for that, but Travis triggered it in an attempt to be cautious. It's possible. It is also possible that Matt had planned for one of these two, like one of the last islands, to have this adversary, and it is coincidence that they did it like this. Like it's possible that the adversary would have done more of an ambush, potentially surprising them all, but because Grog was looking for it in the first place. Maybe if he had succeeded on perception, he wouldn't have taken any damage. But because he was looking but failed perception, he still took the damage, but they're no longer surprised. It's hard to know. It's hard to know without seeing the notes and the plans as to if this was an improv adversary, or whether or not it's just convergent timing. Hard to know. In general, I don't love I do think it's not a great feel for your players to feel like something bad only happened because they were looking for it. I think that's a bad feeling, which can happen sometimes with this sort of thing. And sometimes it can just happen just by luck of the draw. Just by like when they happened to start looking. If you're sticking to your prep as a DM, sometimes that'll just kind of happen. But I think there's also a very reasonable chance that it was planned. And that specifically Keyleth parting the waters versus leaving them is potentially what triggered it. Not to say that this is Keyleth's fault in any way. It's definitely like a kind of a surprise sort of deal. But I could very easily see it all being planned. Which is weird, famously, I love to claim that more of Matt's game is improv than you might otherwise think. So I am normally very on the side of saying that was not, that, this or that wasn't planned. But this is one that I could very easily see being planned, and it was just a quirk of timing that it happened to be when he looked for it. Either way, I like to reward the players for looking for danger. So, I kind of described like 3 levels of like, if they weren't looking at all, they take the damage and get surprised. If they look but fail, they take the damage, but they're not surprised. And if they look but succeed, then they take no damage and they're not surprised. I think it's a good way to kind of give the players something just for their intentions, regardless of the results of the roll. Probably planned it, but it seems like a result of being cautious. It can seem that way, yeah. Which you want to avoid as a DM, but again, sometimes it's just a quirk of fate. And the corollary to that is if it is improv and it was unplanned, you want to be really careful about when you improv your stuff. This is maybe a word of warning towards how to improv more than anything else. If you improv only after someone looks for something, that is much more likely to reveal the strings of what you're doing than if it's improv when they aren't looking for it. So it's less of a is he improving or is he not, but more of a if he was, not the right time to do it. But I don't think he was. I don't see it as unplanned, but Travis, unprompted looking around, gave Matt a real smooth segue. Yeah, I think it's more of a he got all of the normal transition path stuff, and it was a segue into something that was already going to happen, whether or not he looked for it. I would agree that's what I think was kind of happening. But it's not always easy to tell that. And we'll never really know unless we saw behind the screen.
Most of you go flying at an art at the sheer force of this impact. I need you guys to make acrobatics checks to try and stop yourselves.
It's not a catfish! It's not a catfish!
That's good.
Acrobatics or athletics?
Acrobatics.
Oh.
That's my jam. 27.
27.
15.
All right.
28.
All right.
21.
All right, and your brother does well. Of course he does. You guys all managed to catch yourselves right now, still attached by the rope, as you now see this heaping, probably 15 to 20 foot long, giant barrel of muscle, green scaled skin, but what looks to be hundreds of tiny roots that spread from the center of its midsection, reaching into the ground. Like as it begins to move forward, it's actually rooting and uprooting itself as it moves. You can see the actual moisture and the life force of the land is like pulsing into its form as it holds Grog in its jaws. I need you all to roll initiative.
Initiative! And that means we're going even faster, chat. We're going even quicker. Bump up that speed.
Oh, shnikes. Wait, where are we? Where are the gnomes? Are we close?
You guys are way over here on the edge.
Oh no! Wait, where are we? I don't see us at all.
Grog's right there.
No, we have to go back.
So we had.
We have to go back.
So please remind me the marching order again if I call this Grog.
Me.
Okay, really quick thing to point out, really fast. This is why challenging paths, another example of why challenging paths can be cool and you want to work them into combats, arenas, everything. Because they bypass the challenging path faster than everyone else could, but then in the middle, we have this interruption that they now have to go back for. If this was all just obstacles, right? If these were just like, say, doors that we had to beat down, right? And they just happened to like, I don't know, beat them down better. The analogy kind of falls apart. But if these were just pure obstacles, it wouldn't be any problem that the gnomes have to go back. But because these paths are not getting actually cleared out, the danger is not removed, simply bypassed, they have to deal with it on the way back. Now, this is a lot of challenging paths. It's certainly, this sort of sequence can be interesting. Honestly, a bit many for my taste, but I do appreciate that in a lot of cases, Matt has been abstracting and combining them into one. So, like, they bypassed like 9 at a time or 6 at a time. So that can make it a lot more consumable. Yeah, overall, definitely, like, I think good traversal design, and decent running of it, on Matt's side of things. So, yeah.
Grog, Percy, thank you.
For me, it was in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I think he was between me and Vax.
I think
Carmelia was between maybe Vax.
Yeah,
Carmelia
Vax
was
was between the two of you guys, yeah.
No, it was Vax Carmelia, Vax Keelan.
Okay.
Perfect.
Don't say that.
That's
Not cool.
good to see you a little behind the field.
I haven't seen that river in like 2 years. It's so nice.
Mikey Pants, what should we do?
Oh.
Not that one.
We should go help them, right? Or should
I don't know.
I mean, this mud is sort of nice.
But I did roll shit initiative as usual. As per usual.
There he is. There's Carmelia.
Lord.
Great, so put all these back in here. I forgot the Carmelia mini in the back.
Paris behind it.
I think my initiative's really bad as well.
This is crazy.
Alrighty, so top of the round, we have initiative of, perfect, 25 to 20.
Percy?
20.
20.
Shut up, really?
Go Keelan. Go Keelan. Go Keelan.
I don't think that's ever happened before. That's never happened.
Never happened.
All right, so Keelan, the 20. 20 to 15, anyone?
18.
All right. 15 to 10.
13.
14.
All right.
This is our first live initiative.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, because it didn't happen this time.
We're all gonna die.
Scanlan and Pike, what did you guys get?
I'm gonna go out like this.
I rolled a big fat 6.
I got a 4.
The gnomes bringing up the rear.
I'm just going, huh.
We were caught off guard by this.
Yeah, we rolled little.
She was teaching you the swirly whirly while this is all going on.
That's exactly what was happening.
That is perfect. All right, so Keelan, you're up first. You watch as this giant, massive creature is now clutching, Grog in his jaws, and you see its tail is beginning to whip up, and it's now like kind of guarding itself on all sides. The roots are like dragging themselves into the earth around
So
it.
it has roots. It appears to be plant-based.
Elements of it, as you get a closer look now, you can see parts of its scaly hide almost emerge into like leaf-like protrusions. It is a strange mixture of both giant croc and some sort of a plant-based entity.
Okay, I'm gonna go a little risky here. I'm gonna cast Speak with Plants.
Ooh. That's good. That's good. I like
Look at
it.
Mercer's face.
Don't mind you. Yeah.
He's thinking an alligator voice is going to hurt a lot. That's what he's thinking. This is a perfect field moment.
So what?
So, Speak with Plants generally works with
Plants.
Sure.
Well, you never know.
He appears to be kind of.
He's got roots, yo.
He does. He does. However, in the purposes of this circumstance, it's usually meant for like smaller plants that have no sentience that you can normally interact with, and like roses and petunias.
But I've done this
But you
before.
can
We're
probably
talking to the tree.
you can probably communicate with it. Yes.
Well,
I'm saying issuing commands on this might be a little more difficult for the rest of the spells.
what if I cast it at a higher level? Would that help?
This is not a spell that can be cast at a higher level, unfortunately. So what do you want to do? So
Cooper.
you're casting Speak with Plants.
Well, I count.
Wait, I'm always interested in creative uses of spells, and I want to see the actual text of Speak with Plants. Because that's not exactly how I think of it, but I haven't read the text in a while. You imbue... Oh. You can question the plans. Oh, interesting. Okay, so actually Speak with Plants is a little bit different than I remembered it. It's not really like Speak with Animals. Huh. Yeah, because the core of the text is you imbue plants with limited sentience and animation, giving them the ability to communicate with you and follow simple commands. The way that this is written to me says the limited sentience is the thing that gives them the ability. Like, this is what you actually do, and that has the side effect of allowing them to communicate. Ooh, that's tough. I don't know how I would rule that. Man. Yeah, I'd have to think of it. Second to last paragraph. If a plant creature is in the area, yeah, it depends on if this is considered a plant creature, I guess. But you're right. You can communicate with it as if you shared a common language, but you have no magical ability to influence it. It depends on if this is a plant creature, which is why she brought up treant. But that is interesting. Like, if it's just a normal creature that has been cursed and corrupted, ooh, I don't know. I would say it's unclear. And in general, when I'm unclear on this sort of thing, I would generally rule in favor of the player. So let's see what Matt does. But you're right. You're right, Topaz. I think you're right. Second to last is the most important paragraph here. It all depends on if this is considered a plant creature. Which is an important reminder. All fucking homebrewers, type your homebrew monsters. Because it actually matters for quite a few spells.
So I'm going to say, hey, you spit that out of your mouth right now, mister!
Intimidation?
You don't know where that's been. And trust me, I do.
Make an intimidation check.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, don't.
Do it. I think.
No way. There's no fucking way.
1, 2.
Double when it's level.
Throw away. Wait a minute. Not touch that dice anymore.
As you shout this out.
7.
As you shout this out, pointing at the large crocodile entity, you look deep into its beady black and purple-like eye that darts around in the sunken socket of its crocodile skull. And you can see it kind of just re-initiates its clutch on Grog and readjusting, pulling even further into the jaw.
Ooh.
Grog, you suffer another 9 points of piercing damage. You do, Grog.
I take what?
Another 9 points of piercing damage.
9 points!
You're still grappled.
Yeah, you haven't raised yet.
Speculate. Are you gonna stay where you are?
No, we have a map. I didn't even notice it.
Where am I?
You're right
Oh,
there.
I see where I am.
Oh, that's so convenient.
You know, let me just, can I move kind of towards that tree away from the river that also wants to eat us?
Sure.
Yeah.
You get that far before the rope in your midsection. Ooh, stops you.
Yeah, we're only going so far. We are.
Okay.
Oh shit, we're all
Yeah,
typing
we're all
now.
typing. Yeah. Oh my god, that's an idiot. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, cool. Done. Go.
What do you do?
Grog, your turn.
Yeah, where did he bite me, by the way? Like, is he hanging on?
He has you like in his jaws by the midsection, and he's trying to turn you, so you actually lose your footing, and you're getting pretty close right now. So he has you like clamped right around your hip and chest right now. Like the nostrils right here, and the other half of the jaws almost completely wrapped around
I
the
don't
side.
give a fuck. I'll go into a rage. Can I go into a frenzied rage?
Yes, you may.
Can I use my blood axe, and I'm gonna start whacking him in his stupid plant monster face?
All right, so you use your bonus action to go in the rage, and you have 2 attacks, so go for it.
Yeah.
Kill him. Yeah, kill him, bro. Kill
That's
him.
30.
That'll hit.
Okay. The second one is 21.
That also does it, yes.
Yeah, shit, done.
Roll damage for both those strikes.
So the first one is 19 plus 5 points of necrotic damage for 24.
Perfect. All right, 24 points of damage.
And the second one, oh shit. That's 15 plus another 5 points of necrotic damage for 20.
20 points. Fantastic. So you're slamming it as hard as you can with an axe on the side. You're jamming it on the side. You can see part of its jaw kind of like split open from the impact, and you can see a gleaming of white, slick bone beneath that begins to expose from where you slammed the sharp end of the axe into it twice in a row. And it's kind of shaking you in its grasp once more as a pain manages to.
I've always wanted to be a dog toy.
I know. Have you told many people that?
All right. So, then your turn, Croc?
Yeah.
All right. Next is the Croc's turn. At the beginning of its turn, you watch as the wound you just left begins to slowly seal shut. You watch the roots protruding from its body begin to just suck the water, moisture, and life force from the land around it and begins to heal itself slowly. So some of that damage goes away.
Goes away.
It begins to heal itself from just like healing from the ground it's rooted into.
From the water.
Should have tried to break the gravel.
I haven't hit anything in forever.
Or like cut the rope as a catch.
Croc. 24, your armor class, I believe that hits.
Yeah, it is.
You guys watch as the crocodile backs this way slightly, which allows Vax and Armelia to get an attack opportunity. Vax does hit, however, well, no, he actually could be a sneak attack. He's currently, although Grog technically right now is not threatening it.
But Garmelia's standing next to him too.
Technically, I'll let it turn.
Yeah.
The timing's pretty close on this, and you'll hear why in a second. I'm gonna hurt more.
7 more Crocs appear.
I'm about to get jacked up.
We'll see.
What do we do, Vice
All right, so 31 points of damage from Vax. Garmelie misses. Is awesome. So as it pulls away, you guys watch as the crocodile spins around kind of in the direction of you guys, grabs and tugs Grog, throwing him up into the air.
Oh no.
In doing so, all of you guys get pulled this way, and Keel's dragged behind at that point. And the jaws open, and Grog vanishes down the creature's throat.
We're all still tied to him. We're all...
We're attached to him, though.
Yeah, you all got dragged right to the edge of its mouth. So right now, Percy, you have the rope right to the edge of its giant snapping jaws.
Wow.
Big set of anal beads.
Oh my god.
Can you roll for gag reflex? There's a rope coming out of his throat. Right? Okay,
This creature's pretty profound at swallowing larger entities, so
All
it's
right.
fine. Grog. Anyway, Grog, you're currently blinded and restrained.
Blinded and restrained?
Yeah, things go darkness, you feel the entirety. You now have a general idea of what Scanlan and Vax went through open a few days ago.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, you are completely locked aside right there. And it also spins around as it does so, and its tail whips out, and you see at the very tip of its tail looks to be some sort of strange, jagged stinger. This is going to whip around in the direction of you, Vex. Yes. That is going to be only a 14.
Oh, good, it misses.
Yeah, you duck under as it just scrapes across the ground, causing this huge section of the dirt to kind of grind past, leaving a small trough behind. That's going to end its turn. It's now your turn, Vex. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, I am gonna sentry it out and attack it with bestial fury.
Appears at the side of it suddenly, just spawning out of the strange burst of shadow energy from the center of your necklace.
Shrink it, attack the thing!
Trigger happily does so. So has advantage on both of these strikes.
Yes.
Yeah. So go.
Can I use like my dagger that's on me to try to cut the rope that is attached to my friend?
You have to pull a dagger out. And I'll be able
Oh,
to
that's a thing.
you
That's a
can
whole.
do that now, but you will be able to cut till next turn.
Okay. Well, I'll attack with trinket and I'll try to cut. I'll pull my dagger out.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Wow, I never attack with him. How about that? 26.
Hits.
It does.
Yes.
So.
Glad we confirmed.
So does he just do the bite attack or does he do the claw attack?
Oh, this is whichever one you go. We'll say the first one will be the bite and the claw. So.
Okay, so now he's rolling for claws.
Go for it.
Okay, so that's 25. Hold on a second.
Both hit, roll damage for each.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Jesus, I'm so stupid. Okay, that's an 8.
Eight. 8?
Yeah.
8 damage. Alrighty.
And then for the next one, he gets 2 claws, and he's going to use his force. Jeez Louise. 5 plus 7 is 13. No, 12. 12.
So 20 points of damage as Trinket just tears into the side of this giant
That's good. And then I cast Hunter's Mark.
As you play dagger, like 100 damage. But yeah, so you begin your next turn trying to hack away that.
Okay.
That's fine. That ends your turn, Vex, unless you want to try and move.
Well, there's not. I mean, can I try to fly up in the air? It won't do anything. I'm stuck on the ground.
Currently, yes. And you don't have your movement already.
No, so I'll just stay where I am. I
All
guess.
right, good enough.
I'll continue to be flung around like a.
Perfect. Well done. Percy, you're up.
Oh boy, a lot of my plans kind of got swallowed. Okay, I'm going to pull out the retort pistol because Bad News will not be happy at this range. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a headshot. I'm going to try and blind him for the round.
Okay.
This is going to go great.
She's going to pee.
Laura, just quit the shot.
Couldn't do it anymore.
She quit.
See, I'm not even going to, I'm too nervous to even take sharpshooter, so we're just going to do this clean. And I roll a natural 20. Fuck it.
Hey, Percy. You are in melee with the creature. You have disadvantage on your range attack. Go ahead.
Such a stick.
Don't even try it.
The trick is not to care. No, but it's good enough. 26.
Okay, that does it. Go ahead.
26. 26 hits. Now up. I forgot to cast Hex. God damn it. Can I throw my bonus in there really quick or no?
Children in the audience.
Oh, budget. They watch the show. They've heard me say words. Can I sneak Hex in there? Or is it okay?
I would say, given the fact you said specifically that you were too nervous to do.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Just to remember your hex.
Absolutely fair.
You can finish your turn with that if you like.
Oh, I can get it in between attacks, so I can.
Technically, all of your.
Technically not.
Well, no, that's true. You can do
It's a bonus action. I'll do whatever you say. I'm not going to fight you.
No,
I'm trying to find my D10s. Okay, here we are. So that's That's 11 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty, marking that down.
Plus-
Save DC on that.
The save DC is a 19 on the Constitution save.
That is a 12, so yes, it is currently blinded.
So it has, it's not blinded, it has disadvantage on attacks until, until my next turn.
There we go.
So that's cool.
And you're hexing it?
Uh-huh.
And you're hexing it, you said?
And now I'm hexing with a, I'm going to give him a disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay,
strength constitution.
The battle is against the weird plant crocodile thing. Yeah, like Ebster said. This is interesting. It's way bigger than I thought it was. If it can... It said that it swallowed Grog in one bite. So potentially it's like a snake sort of thing where it can kind of like unhinge and like, you know, expand to fit Grog. So maybe it's only large and not technically huge. It has a healing factor, but based on what has been narrated, I can't really think of a way to disrupt the healing factor unless we get more narration that might go towards kind of explaining what to do about the healing factor. But I can't. Yeah, I can't think of like, because he specifically said it was like, oh, it's the connection to the ground, the earth. Maybe if you like hacked off its limbs? I don't know. And then it also has a stinger, assumingly with some sort of venom. Although I don't know if it's venom if it comes out of a stinger. I wanted to look that up, but I forgot. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's general like prevent healing factor, but I'm considering like, what's the equivalent to like the troll healing factor? Like the trolls is like, oh, you set them on fire, or wood woads, same thing. Most healing factors have like a distinct counter. I'm wondering what the heck this one's is. I'm imagining it like a snake. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's kind of snake, less crocodilian. More snake. Oh, well, or maybe it's, you know, shaped like a crocodilian, but it just has that snake kind of feature, yeah. Still in the shademirk? We're not even in the shademirk yet. we just got out of the moonbrush, and we're getting in, and we're in the middle of the gilded run. So not even shademirk yet. Yeah. Chill touch prevents healing? Yeah, but I doubt that any of them have chill touch. You know, it's like, that's a good, you know, general tool for like any regeneration factor. But yeah, most regeneration factors have, especially like, you know, chill touch is like the catch-all for like all healing, you know, potions, casting spells on other people, whatever. But it's like if a creature has self-regen, I don't think any have that don't also have a bespoke counter to their regen. I could be wrong about that, but I can't think of any, at least off the top of my head. I guess it's possible that this one just doesn't have any, but the fact that it was, you know, visibly narrated... These are the sorts of things where it's like when you have a trick combat, I'm really listening for this sort of thing of like, oh, it healed itself, not just like naturally, not like a troll. Which honestly I find kind of weird about trolls, that like fire just like, for wood woads it makes sense. They're made of wood. Trolls it's always kind of, I've always got kind of confused by. But it's like, it was like sucking up moisture. So I wonder if there's like maybe drying it out. I can't think of like an easy way to do that just offhand. So I don't know. We'll have to see. It probably does. I know it probably has something, but just from this narration, the only thing I can think is disconnect it from the ground. But I can't think of any way that I would do that. Fire, maybe fire. Fire is like the standard counter to regen effects, to like healing factors. So, like, might as well try it. And, you know, if that doesn't go off, maybe the DM gives you another hint. I don't know. And then it also has a stinger. Yeah. It's an interesting, it feels to me like potentially like a taste of what's to come, but we'll see. What up, Noir? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I'm not asking. What am I asking people? Asking this for critters. Still at disadvantage because of the close proximity?
Correct.
Is his mouth open?
The mouth is currently kind of slightly open. It's just snapped down and swallowed.
Am I enough to start just laying in a few shots inside?
Maybe. You can certainly try.
Go for it. I'm going to lay in a couple shots inside, and 2 more shots inside with hex advantage, with hex attack. So that's a D6
Hide
attack roll.
behind his uvula, Grog.
I'm going to try and go over the sides and not for the. Oh, if I take Grog, I don't care. You can take it. With disadvantage, that's a jam on the retort pistol.
Son of a
Wait.
bitch.
No, it's a save roll. Okay, so that's a jam, and then one to try and fix it really quickly, to try and just give it a clear. Without disadvantage, does this matter?
What did you roll as the jam?
1.
You rolled a natural 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll damage anyway.
Roll damage anyway?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no. Hit you. Yeah, isn't it?
Without the hex damage bonus.
Without. That's 10 points of damage.
How many?
10.
Grog, you take 10 points of piercing damage.
So I don't have a jam.
But it does jam.
Okay, so I'm going to do a clear.
Oh, yeah. So as you go to fire, it splinters off, and there's a burst of smoke, and the heat kind of hurts your finger, and you hear this dull from the inside. Oh,
sorry. It's half, right?
It's half, yes.
One more shot.
Oh, this is a try and clear, though.
This what?
Stop to clear it.
I tried to clear. Clear is clear. I hit 16 plus. Yeah, that's a.
Okay, so you managed to clear and get it back.
So I don't have a third shot, but now I'm at least reloaded. Do I need another round of reload, or does that count as a reload or clear? I can never remember.
We're going to attack as reload, so.
Oh, okay, so I'll have to.
next turn you do that.
Okay, I'll just call that clear.
Right.
I'm actually, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move away from the crocodile with all my strength, and I'm going to say, everybody pull! And I'm just backing up.
Make a strength check.
This is going to be so sad.
Yeah, can we assist?
If you want to use an action on your next turn to assist with this, then yes, it'll be your action.
It might be fun. We'll see if this. Oh, God.
Come on, Percy.
I have the worst strength.
Hey, as you say, everyone push away! Your feet feebly glide against the muddy surface of the riverbank as the actual, the jaws open slightly and you hear the low guttural. The breath comes pouring out into you, the strange combination of like muddy swamp, low tide, and compost.
Technically, by the way, we technically have our hands free and are tied to the rope. So in theory, we could still use our hands and just try and all shift backwards like stupid people.
But you're all mostly taught on the rope now, so you can. That's what you tried to do, and it failed miserably.
Okay, that's cool.
That's your turn, Percy. Vax is up now. Vax tries to push inwards. He isn't quite. Actually, no, he's going to stay where he's out of range. He's going to go ahead and try and throw his daggers from where he is.
Come on, brother.
He's going to go. He's not going to use his haste boost though. He's going to save that for later. It's 2 attacks, both hits. That's with the first strike and with the offhand throw. Both hit for the first one with sneak attack because it is currently next to Percy. You are threatening at the moment.
I hope I have its attention.
28 points of damage, and the second strike for a total of 9. So after Vax throws with daggers, both kind of sink into the sides of the giant crocodile. It moves ever so slightly with the first impact, the second one seemingly no effect. Both daggers appear to puff the smoke outside of his belly. He looks to you as, sister, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
He can't really move that point. It's now Garmele's turn.
Oh, Garmele.
Garmele, who can't turn invisible, who can't use normal tactics, just kind of,
Sing a song, Garmele. Charm him. Do something.
he pulls up a small pan for the side and
I do, separate from everything else, I do really like including, you know, some water features on your maps. And I think that, like, a delta is a really cool place for a combat because there's, like, really consistent challenges that you can do, especially if the PCs are contesting things that naturally make the delta their home. I think that there's a lot of really fun opportunities there. Yeah, this adversary's design is the thing that I'm. If there's a way that I doubt this is one that he published, but I'd be really interested to see the stat block for this one, so that I can know what the heck's going on here. But it feels cool in relation to the map. Like, it feels good, especially as they've had so much trouble making it through these water features. And then it's an ambush predator that specifically makes use of the fact that it's so much harder for every other creature to get through these water features. Super, super cool. I tried to find the stats. I did not. Gotcha. Yeah. We'll just have to see like what's revealed over the course of the combat. It's an interesting one. It's one of those things where like I could really see this being a creature that I like if I could see the stat block. but it's hard to tell because it's making use of features that are, I think, open to misuse. And I can definitely tell that Matt is hinting at things with it, but I can't tell if they're things specifically. I can't tell if he's doing it specifically with this creature, or if a lot of these narrations are meant to be foreshadowing for like later shademirk stuff. It's hard to parse. It's hard to parse as like an analyst, and I also wouldn't know as a player. It's like, oh, like what exactly are this thing's weaknesses? How can I don't quite know what to do with this thing other than just pump damage into it. Which, I mean, I think the real thing is it's part plant, and I think kind of regardless of what kind of plant you're fighting, fire's good against plants. So I think I would just naturally just go to fire, whether or not that's the regen counter. So I'm interested to see if anyone does that, and if they do, how effective is it? Because that's what this screams to me is use fire, use fire. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, though. Definitely, Matt, right after the Pixie fight, putting them into another trick combat. It'd be, I think, in terms of, like, escalating them up in terms of, like, complexity of trick combats, I think this one probably should have come first, because this one seems like it has a much more simple trick to it. I just don't know what it is. And we'll have to do some experimenting. Whereas I think the Pixies were a little bit more complicated, but yeah, interesting. Matt doesn't usually use critical fumbles, but I think it's fair to use when he intentionally shoots into the mouth when player's in the stomach. I mean, there's things that feel right within the narrative that aren't particularly good to do. Like, but I mean, this also comes on. I've also talked about this before. I don't fuck with called shots. So it's like in a called shot scenario, maybe there's an extra little bit to it. I don't know. I would also say that, like, it kind of depends, but, like, I wouldn't say that Matt doesn't use crit fumbles. It's just more often outside of combat. He doesn't do them as much with attack rolls, which to be fair, I think is most of the time when crit fumbles is used, it is referring specifically to ones in combat. Otherwise, it's like a crit fail. But to me, they're pretty adjacent. But yeah, so it's like I don't love the called shot in the first place, like even allowing the player to use a called shot. So then it's like, well, as a consequence for failing the called shot, this is what happens. It's like, maybe, but we're diving into like a layer cake of things I don't like. So I don't know. Yeah, I think he does crit fumbles a lot if the player mentions it. I think it's more outside of combat than in combat, but it kind of depends. I think it honestly depends on how unique the thing that they're trying to do is. Like, the more interesting the thing, the more likely it is to get a crit fumble, because I think that goes more adjacent to crit fails outside of combat. Like, if someone just tries to do a standard attack, I don't think he does it all that often. But if they're trying to do something weird or interesting, then he might give a crit fumble. Because it's, again, I think a little bit closer to like a crit fail in his head. I don't know. It's a weird one. Yeah, the severity does definitely vary. Yeah. Crit Roll Stats did a pretty good job with the info they got, I think, with their monster analysis. Interesting. I think Crit Roll Stats is no more, right? It like went offline. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the case. I'm not sure.
There's an awkward pause, and he goes,
Shit.
We're all going down.
He then tries to scoot away as far as he can, but is once again caught between the very taut side of the rope, unable to shift. That brings us to Pike. Pike,
Okay. How far are we from the disgusting thing?
you guys are over here, so I'd say from what you can gauge here, you're approximately 40 feet.
40 feet? Great. Okay, so I'm gonna get a little bit closer.
You go right up to the edge of the water. You're like toes dipping in.
Okay. I'm gonna use my trusty old friend, guiding bolt. I'm gonna guiding bolt his face. And I'm gonna do it at 5th
Take
level.
a break.
Because my best friend is in his belly. And that's wrong.
My best buddy. There's another site that does the same stuff, but it's a lot less popular. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we will take a quick break. And honestly, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good in terms of the not necessarily in terms of like will this be a half ep, will it not be? That's kind of separate. But I'm excited by the fact that like we're at 70K out of 124K. So a little bit over halfway. We're a little bit over halfway in terms of how long I predicted the stream would be. And we're a little bit over halfway in terms of how far we've watched. It ends in 20 minutes, and the entire, well, actually, maybe we're a little bit under halfway. We actually might be slightly under halfway, but we also haven't been in combat for most of it. So we'll make up some ground on combat. So maybe a little bit under what I predicted. But we'll see. I think we're at least in ballparks, which is cool. So I'm going to go take a quick break, pee, and then we will get back to it, and we will actually determine if this is going to be a half ep based on how I feel right around here, depending on how long it takes to get there. I'm surprised of how far we've gotten in the episode in 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's been going quick. I also, I threw it out there at the beginning that the live eps have more downtime per minute because they're basically stopping anytime there's a big audience laugh, and I do think that like those small things add up. So there's just like kind of less to talk about, but either way, I'm gonna take a quick break and I will be right back, and then we will progress. Goodbye. What up? Hello. How we doing? How we going? How we feeling? I'm back, and we're gonna get right back into it. Badoop.
Right next to you.
Oh wait, they do have tree croc stats? They do have tree croc stats. Oh shoot. Interesting. Maybe after the combat. If someone links them in the Discord, I might take a look after combat to check them out. We'll see. Boop.
So that would be it. Okay,
So that is 8d6 damage if you hit. Go ahead and roll your radiant attack against it. So spell attack rolls. Roll d20.
It roll d20.
Oh, you roll d20, I default attack rolls, yeah.
Oh no, that's terrible.
What? That's okay, that's okay.
15.
15 just.
D6s.
How
many D6s?
It needs 2 more D6s.
I have 2 more. Here we go.
8d6 points of radiant damage, and it is currently marked for advantage for the next attack against it. As a giant bright light now bursts across the front of its head, causing its eyes to kind of contract and close.
Come on, big money, no whammies.
There's math happening.
It's ridiculous up here.
So excited.
24.
Hey.
24, not too shabby.
You know.
Radiant damage, and the glowing divine beacon now flashing in the center of its face, causing both its eyes. The next person that wants to make an attack is going to have a nice little bonus. Is that the end of your turn? Let me stare out the edge of the river.
Yes.
Okay, that's the end of your turn. Pike, Galen, you're up.
Okay,
Help me.
We can't go over there.
I can't.
Oh, you're all the way over.
Yeah, I'm across the river. I'm going to help everyone else but you. Can I inspire anyone over there? Or are they?
You're within more than 60 feet.
Okay, so yeah, I'll inspire Keyleth. And I'll sing to her, believe it or not, you're killing a croc. You never thought you could feel so free. Slashing away on a giant fucking croc. How can it be? Believe it or not, it's because of me. And I will take out my wand of magic missiles and fire many of them. I think if I use 6 charges, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 darts.
That's a lot of missiles.
It's not very powerful though. And I would not like to shoot at the croc. I would like to shoot at every segment of rope between every single person.
After the flash of the guiding bolt, the rest of the party look across the way as you see Scanlan, after singing this delightful song, turn around, Rambo style, and release. These arcane darts come firing straight towards the croc, and in a moment of excitement, expecting each of these impacts to blast inside this creature, they suddenly swarm into the sky and arc down towards each of you. Before you have a moment to really react, the word in your voice, what? You streak back down, slamming to each side of the rope, causing the sides to just burst into frayed, burnt rope chunks and pieces of twine, all hanging loosely at your sides. All of you guys are now free to move out as you wish.
And for my movement, I will grab Pike around the waist and just kind of pull us back 5 feet off the off the edge of the pond.
There you go.
Thanks.
Well done. Top of the round again, Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. I still have you have advantage on the next hit on it?
Anybody who has the next attack roll against it has advantage.
I am going to cast 5th level blight on him.
Yeah, definitely a good, definitely a good usage. Definitely cool. I'm trying to think if I have anything like deeper to say about it other than like, yeah, good use, good creative use of a spell. The only worry that I have in my head is that maybe Magic Missile says you can only target creatures, which is, ugh. But honestly, fucking at that point, it's kinda, I don't know. I'd let it slide if it were at my table, if that's even the case. It does, yeah. Especially if you don't know and you don't have that instinct as the DM. I don't know, man. I'd let it slide. It's fun. Thing was cool. Yeah, it's fucking cool though, yeah. Cause it's like, it is undoing a thing that like, I think it's reasonable for especially like the way that they went about it with the rope. I think it's very reasonable for Matt to hold them to that. That is like part of the exact thing that I was talking about with like how you go about the exploration should determine like how easy or how hard the next combat is, how many resources you have going into it. So I think like the rope was clearly like a good solution to the challenge, but then when they went into the combat, it became a hindrance. But I think it's very fair to say, hey, I'm going to burn magic missiles at a relatively high level to undo this. Again, another cost to how they went about navigating the exploration. So yeah, it's like I don't believe in like doing everything that is cool. You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes cool things don't work within the entire like context of the session. But this was something that was really cool and like facilitated the point of the exploration challenge. Like it didn't like subvert it in any way. It just leaned into the whole point of everything. And, you know, everything will be that to varying degrees. There'll be varying degrees of cool, varying degrees of the point. And when it's so high in both, it's an easy yes for me. Especially if I'm not sure, which I wouldn't have been sure in the moment. Like I had an inkling that it probably read that way, but I wouldn't have checked it. I would have just said, yeah, sounds good. Now, if it had somehow like subverted the point, or if it hadn't been like going towards the overall design of the encounter and the encounter sequence, then maybe I would have checked the text. But it still would have been like a leaning back and forth type of like, well, that is just cool. I would have been a little bit more hesitant. But because it does both, I'm so super into it. And I can't really think of a situation in which that doesn't facilitate the point, because I'm even thinking about like, you know, if that rope was somehow, you know, critical to the design of the enemy side, even then it is so cool and like it's so like fits and makes sense and is so interesting that it really leans me towards saying yes no matter what. But yeah, that's where, I don't know, that's kind of the evaluation pipeline that I go down when it comes to like rule of cool stuff. Take a look at CR stats, and the main page doesn't contain specifics or details, but they do have names that could be considered spoilers. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe we won't look at it. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. So yeah, I don't know. It's especially also the higher the level of the resource, the more likely I am to say yes. There's just a lot of like factors that work together on saying yes, and all of the factors are in Sam's side here of like how far am I willing to bend the rules. It was cool, it facilitated the point, and it was a high cost. Like all of those things are the levers that I evaluate, and like honestly, like one of them just needs to be really high. And then the other two just have to not be like negative. And this one was high in all three. So it's an easy yes here. Yeah. The fact that Sam has no other D&D experience makes his decisions so much more initiative to me. He doesn't know the rules too much and does things that make sense. Yeah, and I think one of the like, I think not intuitive. Yeah, intuitive. It's like one of the things that's tough to balance, and I've talked about it sometimes in regards to Ashley, is like you need to stick to the rules enough to help your players learn it. Because they can come up with even more interesting solutions once they know the rules well. And I think that Ashley is kind of at the point where she doesn't know the rules quite well enough to even like, she doesn't even like know what tools she's playing with. Like she's in a sandbox, but she doesn't understand that there are like shovels and buckets, and she doesn't know. She doesn't know like what everything can do. Sam knows just enough to understand the tools that he has at his disposal, but like he doesn't know how much weight the shovel can carry or how much sand the bucket can hold. He doesn't know the details of it. But I think that that's kind of the point where you can start backing off as a DM from like really enforcing the rules super hard. But I do think that there is kind of a almost tutorial period where I do think you should lean less into rule of cool than you would for a more experienced player, just to help them get used to the entire system. But that also has to be balanced of you don't want to be so strict that they start losing confidence. Like, I think one of the best ways to get into D&D is just to try shit and just to have like the confidence to like throw stuff at the wall and see what happens. And if you get constantly shot down, that's gonna kill your confidence and momentum. So it's a huge balancing act when you're bringing players into it of being strict enough that they can learn, but not being so strict that you like put them off of it. It's a tough balancing act. I bet his thought was magic missile just hits what I want. I'm gonna do that. Probably, yeah. It was probably like the most impactful thing about magic missile is that you don't roll to attack; it just hits. So I think that was absolutely the thing that he brought home with him. And honestly, even for super experienced players and DMs, the distinction between what can it hit, like can it hit an object or a creature, that's something that most people have to check the text on. Until they use a spell quite often. Sam knows the toolbox just well enough to ask the GM how adjustable it is. Precisely. You have to get them to that point. I think you have to get them, you have to be strict enough to get them to the point of that. And then the moment they're there, you can start easing off progressively to the point where you're at your natural ease, and every DM's going to have a different level of strictness. But once you hit that level with the player, you can start easing off and just bringing them to the normal level, If you do say something like, it's not in the rules, but too cool, so roll 300 D12. Yeah, so fucking sick. They've been playing on stream for over a year and at home for however long before that. I do think they were playing a different system at the time, but I see what you're saying, yeah. But like, they were also like playing very irregularly. So and people learn at different paces. Like I think Sam has been playing much more than Ashley because he's been able to be at the table. I think that Ashley would be in a way better spot in terms of rules knowledge than she is now if she had just like been at the table more and wouldn't have been off filming Blind Spot. But yeah, I think at this point most of the regular players are at the point where you don't need to be too strict on them anymore. Or just you can give them your normal evaluation. Yeah. I don't think Sam is the kind of beginner level or doesn't know it. I think he only knows his own experience. He doesn't watch optimizing videos on YouTube. He probably shows up and plays and then doesn't think about it in the off time. I mean, obviously, big speculation territory, but I think that's not an unreasonable assumption. Yeah, I mean, it's also like it depends on your level of experience with games in general. Like a lot of these guys are from theater and acting and storytelling backgrounds rather than gaming, but like I know several of them do game a lot. And so how you have to handle introducing those people is different. Yeah. And just, I mean, some people have flexed their creative muscle more. Like, I think that it's clear that everyone in this table is a creative in some capacity, but especially as I believe Sam is a director primarily, especially as like a vocal director, he's flexing that creative muscle a lot in his job. Yeah. Gosh darn that pesky primetime TV show. I agree. Yeah. Speaking of someone who played Blood Hunter as my second character with less than 4 months of playing, I can relate to feeling like you're in a sandbox without knowing there's a shovel or bucket, as you described about Ashley I. Yeah, or Ashley J. Yeah, it's definitely like, and especially, like I said, depending on the level of experience they're coming in with in these various hobbies, it can be frustrating. Like I've definitely experienced it with Paige, where she has a lot less gaming experience. And so when we've played like our head-to-heads, like one-on-one D&D, she doesn't feel comfortable enough sometimes to just like throw stuff at the wall because she doesn't even really know what's possible. And it's why I think I've gotten less and less a fan of like the phrasing of like, you can do anything in D&D. I've gotten a lot less, I like that phrasing a lot less than I used to, because I do think that anything can be slightly overwhelming. Like one of the reasons that we have like mechanics is to provide some amount of guardrails to these sorts of things. And not knowing where those guardrails are can be an overwhelming experience. So yeah, I don't know. It's teaching new players how to play is tough, but it's also very rewarding. I love teaching players how to play. And I always feel like so bad when I hear about like a story of like, they played for the first time and it went terribly. And I'm like, no. I always want to bring new people in. Yeah. Sam and Liam both do directing and casting as well as voice acting. Gotcha. Yeah. She definitely feels overwhelmed when someone says you can do anything, and then confused when the DM says you can't. Yeah, precisely. So that I've sort of gone away from that phrasing. I think it was very popular when I was getting into the game. And I think I've tried to start describing it more as you can try to do, you have way more options than in any video game. And you can, like, anything that you want to do might be accomplishable in some way. It might be hard and it might take time. But you can accomplish most things. And I'll help you learn how to do it. Yeah. The evolution of Ashley through the campaigns is great. Her C3 character is full-time and tries wild stuff. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. I've heard great things about her C3. Yeah. If this was a story, what would you want to do right now? Yeah, I think that's a good mindset to be in, is focusing on like, what are your wants? What are your desires? What do you want to accomplish? And just tell me how you would do it. And we'll look to see if there's a mechanic that matches it. Maybe there isn't, but maybe we can figure something out. Definitely let them know that there are restrictions and guide rails. But that it's way more open than they're used to. So just asking questions is like the first way to find where those guide rails are and to start understanding them. Yeah. You can try to do anything and the dice show how it goes, the natural 20 being the best possible outcome. Yeah. The best possible outcome is good as well. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Teaching new players how to play is definitely like a well of like conversation and discussion that I don't think there may not be a bottom to. It's, getting someone into any hobby. There's so many strategies. It so depends on the person. Yeah. You can do anything is you can try anything and the dice will determine. Yeah. Beat me to it. I still want to try to play sometime. It's the availability of tables is something I think about a lot. And me and other creators have talked about a lot. Because I think that, like, obviously I had, like, the idea for the Unseen campaign, but it's a lot of fucking work. And with the way that this last year has gone, I don't think I'll be able to start it in January like I'd ideally wanted to. But it's like, yeah, getting other people to be able to play, to get tables, it's tough. I think that BG3 has maybe gotten the closest of here's a way to basically play D&D without a DM, which makes it way easier to get a table. But it's a complex issue that when I got out of the military, I chose to work at a TCG store. One of my jobs was running 30-minute demos of D&D. I got very good. Hell yeah. Dude, that's very sick. I'm honestly kind of working in the background on translating the most prominent parts of TTRPGs, like just design in general, into a like party game. That's something I've been thinking about in my personal life a lot. Because I've met a lot of people who, like, I talk about TTRPGs and they kind of want to get into it, but they don't want to they definitely don't want to commit to a campaign. Even one-shots are kind of hard to convince them on. So I've been trying to think about, like, how can I strip down to just the basic core shit and turn it into like a one-night werewolf type party game. Like not like necessarily a hidden identity, but just like an identity-based party game. I have not been successful yet, but if I reach any milestones, I'll let you know. Yeah. I made a mistake of getting into the relationship with the only person I knew that DM'd. When that fell apart, I lost both my game group and my chance to play more. Damn, that sucks. That very, very sucks. Yeah. I tell people all the time, try to find board game cafes or bars or game stores with D&D nights. It's tough. Because, yeah, it's kind of like saying, like, you know, go, like, find Adventures League. But Adventures League and, like, random tables, D&D nights can be tough because they not only attract people that are good, like, that are cool and just can't find a table, but they also attract people that can't find a table because they've been kicked out of tables. So... I think it's not to say it's bad advice. I think it's good advice. But it is complicated by that factor, I think. There was the D&D MMORPG. There was at that. Yep. Yeah. Anyways, all that is to say, yeah. I don't know. I like getting people into it. I'm trying to develop an easier way to get people into it. Yeah.
Ooh.
And it is a plant creature.
He's a plant creature, so I get how much extra?
It makes a saving throw with disadvantage, and the spell deals maximum damage to it.
I didn't hear that part.
So, what's the spell DC of this?
19.
Here's the big roll, guys.
19. You
No!
can look at it if you want to.
Doesn't work on spells, though. Disadvantage?
I understand. 15. So. This
The power.
sucked. So that is 64 points of necrotic damage.
I said spit him out! That is caca! Spit it out!
As you clench your hand like this, you guys watch as the roots that connect to its body suddenly begin to wither and dry out.
Oh.
You watch as the outside bark then cracks and turns to ash and dust at its side, and its once kind of verdant green hide begins to curl into this dull, gray, lifeless husk. The creature's eyes spring open and its low, guttural growl turns to this like this horrible shrieking pain sound. From the inside, dog, you feel everything tense around you as its form all of a sudden is being drained of life essence and water that keeps it going. It manages to recover and the life kind of pumps back into parts of it, but it's That sucked. That is not a happy creature. Oh, that was fun to build the tension on that one. All right, Keela, that's your action. What else would you like to do for your turn?
I want to kind of move and flank him a little bit if I can. Kind of get on his 6. The other way, other way.
Oh, this way? All right, so you move past to the side?
That's good. May I go closer a little bit to him? One more?
Sure, closer's great.
No, back one. Back, no, it's fine.
All right. Grog, you're up. You're currently still constrained inside its body. The tautness of the rope around your waist has gone slack, so a moment you realize either your friends are dead or they managed to break the rope. Or you would think that if you weren't so full of anger and rage of being shot and squeezed and devoured by a giant crocodile. What are you doing?
Can I reach the jug at all?
We'll say you can take your action to reach into your bag of holding and pull it out,
Oh,
yes.
he had it out already. It was on his head. Right?
That's true.
Well, you had it out earlier. You had it on your head this whole time.
I mean, I kind of had it like tilted up so I could see you. I don't know if I can be like,
If that was the case, the sheer force of the creature biting you initially and throwing you onto the bank would have tossed that jug
Oh,
right away.
no.
Straight.
No. Then it wasn't there.
yeah, we'll wreck on that shit. It was in my pocket.
That's what I thought. So, you want to spend your action to go ahead and rummage through the bag of holding and pull out the jar.
And that's my action, huh?
That'd be your action, yes.
Son of a dick bitch.
Oh,
Bonus action for me.
Can I take, no, fuck it, because I don't.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but I can't hit anything. I'm like this.
You have disadvantage on your attacks. You can still attack him from the inside.
Can I take the Titan Stone Knuckles, smash them together, and use... Can I cast Enlarge on myself?
You can certainly try. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I'll try that.
As your mind is suddenly clouded with the thought of the jug, I need to get the jug. No. You feel your body, your physical form begin to ripple and swell. You guys watch as the crocodile, now currently recovering from the blight-like withering of its form, suddenly its eyes go wide once more as its gullet begins to swell wider and wider. You hear this low kind of... like a cat popping up a hairball slowed down. As you watch an enlarged Grog and immediately... vomited up and out of the creature to its side.
His favorite terrain is vomit.
Yes, you do have benefits of that. So yes, you managed to do that, sir.
So I get puked out.
Yes.
Can I use whatever movement speed I have left to drag the daisy chain with me away from the crocodile?
Okay, as you rush away, it gets an attack opportunity on you.
Oh, I got separated. That's right.
Right, it does have disadvantage because you're starting last turn, which is good because the second roll is natural 20. It's a total of 20 to hit. What's your armor class?
20.
Okay, so it just hits you with a bite.
Can I cutting words him?
You do have a reaction, so yes, you may.
Okay, I will cutting words him. Yeah, I'll say, grog, ba-da-ba-dum, bum, do, grog, ba-da-ba-dum, grog. Yeah. It's supposed to distract him.
Yeah, Hanson is a
Yeah, it's not inspiring somebody. It is intended to distract the opponent.
That's
And this crocodile, probably having a rather rough time in the early 2000s, manages to provide even more bile from its stomach at the sound of a rehashed Hanson song. Go ahead and make your roll.
What do I roll?
You roll your usual dice, your
10,
information die.
8.
No.
10.
10. 8.
You are intent on that happening. As it reaches out to try and bite towards Grog, it hears the sound and its head quirks on its mouth. Grog, you managed to get away at that point. It was not that far. As you turn around, the daisy chain has not followed you. Glancing down, the rope that was once around your waist has snapped by the growth in size, and all the rest of the ropes have also been snapped.
Right.
Sorry.
Hey.
Hey, you're out.
Perfect. That ends your turn. It is now the Croc's turn. All right. It's going to go ahead and make a bite attack right now. This is going to be at Percy, since you're right there.
Oh, no, Percy.
All right.
Don't worry, I won't sing handsome again.
Don't you dare.
With disadvantage, let us say 23.
That hits.
That hits you. All right. As the strike, as the head turns back towards you, it opens to the side and tries to clamp on you. There, that is a...
I use my new fancy counter.
Yeah, you can read.
I'm so excited to take damage.
That's a 34.
I'm not that excited to take damage.
34?
34 piercing damage.
Okay, 34.
You're currently-
Yeah, I'm breaking that counter.
You're grappled and restrained.
Grappled and restrained.
So wait, he's in the crocodile's mouth?
Crocodile is now snapped, its jaws moved to Percy, and Percy, you're currently now held tight, its jaws is trying to lift you up now, possibly to fill its now terribly empty stomach. It lost more than it originally started this battle with. And as it swings around its tail in doing so, its stinger sweeps overhead. It has a reach of 10. At this point, we'll say in the back arc there, it's going to be towards Vex.
Yeah.
So, towards you, Vex, with disadvantage. Still that's a 21. What's your armor?
Fuck! I mean, 20.
20? Okay, so it's only 2. All right, so the stinger finds itself in your flesh, kind of tears through the armor separation there, and you feel kind of pulsing. I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Good, because that's my strength.
You got this.
Do I?
You do. You do.
10.
Okay, well, you take 16 points of piercing damage from the actual stinger itself striking you.
Oh, no.
You now feel that kind of pulse of venom through your body, and as it begins to swell through you, you feel all the colors and all the images of the landscape around you begin to shift and
I'm
bubble
so
and
high.
move.
You're tripping, man.
I'm tripping balls.
You suddenly, you are tripping balls right now. You look to your left and see Garmelie next to you, whose frightened expression becomes suddenly this giant feral wolf hisses at you. You look to your right, and you see the giant crocodile holding Percy suddenly merge into one strange giant Medusa creature. You don't know which way is up and down, and you are extremely frightened and confused.
You're frightened? Oh, no, it's a bad trip. Oh, no.
Does that mean I lose my turn?
Well, That ends the crocodile's turn, and it is now your turn.
Yes.
So, currently, you cannot take reactions, and I need to roll a d8 to see what you do.
Wait, it could be anything?
It could be you're so stunned by this moment, your brain being completely around. What'd you roll?
I rolled 5.
Roll 5, okay.
Oh, yay.
Oh, God.
You take no action, and you use all your movement to move in a random direction. You go around.
But you know,
You turn around and just begin to flee. Looking ahead of you, you see what seems to be a moving sea of grass, and all of a sudden you feel your feet splash, splash, splash. And the river begins to pull you away in your turn.
Son of a bitch. Oh, shit.
Bad card.
Go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, natural 20! She turned back time.
As soon as your vision comes back to you and a breath of relief hits your form, and suddenly you have control of your form, as it begins to be sucked under the water. End of your turn, Percy, you're up.
Great.
So I'm grappled, and there's like nothing.
You're restrained. You can attack, you can't move, and all your attacks are disadvantage.
And everything I have, well, at least at the moment, anything with the gun is a disadvantage. Oh, I've got attacks on him, so even if I hit him with the sword, it's an extra d6.
Technically, yeah.
I'm going to just try and start hacking him to let me go. Ooh, weird question. So, if he's got me, if I use the drop it effect, the grit drop an item, can I get him to drop me as an item?
I don't think you count as an item.
I don't. It's like sticking him in the jaw. I can't make a roll to
drop.
drop.
That's how it works. It's not like you hit a couple fingers and they drop a cup. This is a massive muscle currently clamped on you, trying to swallow you.
I was hoping.
I know. Sorry.
So, okay. In that case, I'm just gonna take out, grab my sword and just start hacking at him.
Okay. So use bonus action. Go ahead and pull the weapon. It's right there by your side. As you pull it out, go ahead and make your attacks against the crocodile.
Okay. That's a 15.
15 just barely hits.
Oh, okay. You had advantage on them.
Oh, did I? No, I don't have advantage.
Well, actually, technically, it would have been the very, very first attack since Pike's Guiding Bolt, which they give the reminder of that. So you would have had a advantage on the roll.
That was the first attack since your Guiding Bolt?
No, I thought I attacked.
Yours didn't have a spell attack. It just instantly hit and it saved.
Oh, shit. If I know that.
Shit.
Yeah. So technically, what was your first roll?
15.
So yeah, you hit.
Okay, so, all right, doesn't, and the next roll wasn't a 20, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, okay, so the Guiding Bolt wears off, however, that did manage to get rid of the disadvantage on that one strike. So as you're seeing the bright side of its face, you take your blade out, hack downward for the first hit, which does strike true across the side of its face. You can make your next two attacks.
It says 28?
Does you have disadvantage, so.
That was, okay, in that case, natural 20. Oh, it has disadvantage, so it was a 20.
Matt, if I can be a stickler. If I can be a stickler.
You fight for me.
What's your stickler?
I also cutting words, Tim, so that puts him at disadvantage on a save.
His next saving throw, but he's not making a saving throw.
This is a kangaroo court.
If I'm going to be a stickler here, Sam, the next time he has a saving throw, I'll keep it at disadvantage.
I appreciate it.
Well, you're in trouble, Samuel.
All right, so that hit, and then for my last one.
Yeah, I rarely see confusion as well. It's the confusion is incredibly cool here with the arena. Like, I think confusion is it's more effective as an enemy tool. The more just naturally dangerous your arena is, and especially the more like unstoppable forces there are, like the more challenging paths and such that there are in your arena, as we very clearly see here. But yeah, I almost never see that. Confusion 5e. Yeah, I almost never see it. But it is a poison that replicates the spell Confusion, which is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. I mean, it's a powerful spell. But it is, I mean, now you can't, speaking of the counterspell conversation, can't counterspell it on a poison, I guess. Interesting. They had confusion in the very beginning of the campaign against some Umber Hulks. Oh, in the Underdark. You're probably right. Yeah, I didn't quite remember that. But it's a very it's an interesting poisonous effect rather than just like standard damage. And it feels right for like an alternative poison effect. And it has good synergy with the arena. My only thing at this point is like, fuck, this Croc can do a lot. Can do a lot of fucking shit. It can swallow people. It's got the hallucinogen. It can swim. This is a tough boy. I want to see the CR.
That's not bad. That's a 21.
Yeah, so all three shots hit. All those.
Let me get my new D8. That's super. I can get all my D8s. So that's and then 3d6s for extra some necrotic damage.
Right.
Yeah. So that's 13 points of necrotic damage. And 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Math.
37 points of slashing damage.
Slamming inside its face, begin splitting open a section of its side of its head. You can see its cracked with the form the bite fell earlier has become a little more brittle, and each impact is cutting deeper than any of the previous hits have.
Drop it!
We're gonna take a quick break.
Oh! My God!
Quick, 5-minute break. Go and use the restroom and return to the apex of this battle.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. I did do a little bit of a voice check during the break, and I do think it would be best for this to be a half ep. But I also don't want to cut it in the middle of the combat. So I think we're going to go through the combat. And the second half of the session is much shorter. I think the second half is only an hour. So we're going to see how far the combat takes us into the second half. And we might end up doing the full ep. We'll either cut it at the end of combat or we'll go all the way through. And I also... I appreciate the art breaks in general. But given that I don't have really much capability to transform them, and I also don't have huge reactions to them, this might be slightly controversial, but I think I'm going to start skipping the art breaks from now on. I've thought about it the last couple of art breaks that we've done, and while they're a great part of the actual show, I don't think that they fully fit into Critical Eyes, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't know. I might change my mind at some point, but stream forever, no stop, no pause, no art breaks, just content. Stream forever, never stop. But let's do more combat. We'll see.
Oh God, that
Croc,
could
it's all for Croc.
All right.
Is it just for you?
So on Max's turn.
All right.
On Max's turn, Max is going to go ahead and dart around straight behind Garmelie, getting where Trinket is flanking along the riverbed.
Oh, just right back in.
As he does pull out of the range of the tail, let's see. Yeah, the Croc can go ahead and make an attack opportunity with the Stinger out towards him behind. That is not going to hit. That is a natural 4. It's going to be like a 16. So yeah, as it swings with its tail wide to Max, Max ducks beneath it, arms up to the side, leaps in the air, catches himself right at the edge of the bank, and looks over and notices you running off the side.
Me, help me.
Immediately decides to put his daggers back away, and then uses a dash action to dart over to the edge of the river where you are, and is going to reach out and try and grab your arms. That's, you guys are reaching for each other right now. That is how it's going to go for this moment. That brings us to Garmelie, who now free of the rope circumstance and the chaos around, looks and sees you out in the river, scoots around, goes out with, grabs your brother's arm, and then reaches out towards your arm and kind of chains his way towards you, putting his hand towards you.
It's going to turn on us.
So you guys grab and link arms that point. He's going to go ahead and make a strength check to pull you out of the roaring rapids. Okay. He manages to hold you in the moment, but doesn't actually get any ground on pulling you out of the river. So now it's him and Vax just holding you. The river is like pulling you harder and harder, and you can feel the actual swell getting stronger.
No,
but it's still managing to keep you in place. That ends his turn. Pike, you're up.
Oh, shit. Okay, how is the monster crocodile plant doing? Is he looking rough?
He's looking hurt.
Is he regenerating himself?
You've noticed each time it's had a moment to itself, its roots have dug in and it's pulled back into its form.
We need to get him off the ground.
It has been still regenerating every round, yes.
It's bullshit.
It really is.
You know what? I'm gonna hold off on that then.
Hold off on that.
I'm going to. No, you know what? I'm gonna flame strike it.
Yep.
We doing that?
Just the old flame strike.
Sure. Alrighty. Where do you want that flame strike to land?
Just on his whole body.
Just wherever you see it. On his body.
Seared.
Oh, where do I want to see it?
Yeah.
Just like maybe his torso area.
Where he won't hurt anybody
Okay.
else.
As you look over in the distance, unable to really see beyond the form of the creature, you bring the flame strike down onto its form. It's going to go make a saving throw with disadvantage because of your cutting words.
Oh, geez.
She gets rolled 17 for the first one, and roll a 15 for the second one with Dex. Yeah, no Dex bonus for it, so it's not very fast. Your DC is
18.
18. Yes. 8d6 radiant damage. Go ahead and roll that.
Wait, here's some more. Just take them. Okay, we have. How many do we have here?
10 foot radius. I'll say for the sake of knowledge in the area to a seeing trinket attack, and actually just pull it out of the range of the bear, not wanting to ignite it.
Okay.
So go ahead there.
Oh, interesting. Matt Colville came up with a couple of years ago. I could have sworn you've talked about it before. No. I think I've taught. I am very generally unaware of Matt Colville stuff. I think the only one that I've talked about is the monsters know what they're doing, and I am only aware of that because of Ryan Immel made some stuff about it. I mean, I've talked about how I'm super into lair actions, so it might have just like come up on stream before from chat. Totally separate from me. Yeah, interesting. I mean, is he just like kind of working, like redesigning monsters to be a bit more like, I mean, I guess action oriented, less like passive stuff and more like active things. Like instead of just passively getting regen, they have to activate a thing to do regen. That sort of thing.
Okay, so we've
Taylor, you're up
got
next.
12,
Yeah, I know.
15, 20,
How much fire and divine damage?
28.
28 points of damage. As you guys see, this gathering of small reddish and white divine particles kind of circle in the air faster and faster. And then a column of divine flame just strikes from the head, blasting inside the creature. It rears back in pain as you see what once now it's slightly withered, blight impacted, grayish green back is now burnt to a black crisp, and smoke begins to rise off its form.
Yeah, it does.
It's very pissed off.
Monster.
So then you turn, Pike, you stay where you are.
Can I do, how's everybody doing?
I'm great.
We're doing
I'm a
okay.
little iffy, but I'm okay.
You're a little iffy.
I'm only a little iffy.
Yeah, let me, I want a healing word, Percy. Let's go ahead and do that.
What's the range on it?
60 feet.
60 feet? Yeah, you can get them from there.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
okay. I don't know. So you healing?
All right, so I'll heal him.
So you're casting Healing Word?
Healing word.
At second level?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. So roll the dice.
What is that?
She's
Oh,
healing.
no, I mean, like, how many? Oh, she's only got
Yes.
19.
Hey.
Of healing.
Great. Hey, away.
Alrighty, Scanlan, you're up.
Okay, I don't know, man. Can't do much
Roll
over
fast,
there.
Pike. That was 2d4 plus 5?
2d4 plus, oh, isn't it my spell casting modifier?
No, you just add plus
Okay,
5.
so then it would be 13.
So 13.
Okay, 'cause I rolled some
Okay.
fours.
Alright, Scanlan, what are you doing?
Is it a large creature? I know it's large, but how large?
It would be classified as a huge creature.
Okay, well then forget that. Okay, so I'm gonna eye bite him with my eyes of craziness.
Sounds like a
Put up the hand cone, and
Alrighty.
I'm gonna try to make him sick.
Yeah.
Wait.
Alrighty. So let's go ahead and take its
Hold on,
wisdom
hold on.
saving throw against your DC. That is a 6 with no modifier. It is certainly sickened.
Okay,
Close disadvantage has worn off.
and then,
There's so many rings on it. No, it's great.
It's covered now also.
and I won't really move, but I will inspire Grog, because he needs to hit something, man.
I'm telling you.
I'll inspire him with a limerick.
Oh.
A warning from your favorite bard. In the Feywild, you should be on guard. I went off to take a shitter and saw like 1,000 critters. And they kind of made me hard.
Take your inspiration die, Grog. Alright, stay where you are, Scanlan.
I'm staying where I am.
Keelan, you're up.
Oh, it's me. Oh, dear God. Okay. I am going to do what worked really well last time, and I'm going to do a 4th level blight. And what I want to do is I'm going to take my, because I'm kind of near him, right?
You are.
Okay, I want to take my staff and kind of wear Pike, put that nice little crispy donut hole in the middle of him. I want to take my staff right in the middle and bring it down and cast blight.
Alrighty. Saving throw against DC with disadvantage. Oh, 6 and an 8.
God.
How do you want to do this?
Yep.
You hear the phantom chanting in the back of your head. How do you want to do this?
My ego loves this. Is Percy still in his mouth?
Percy is still in his mouth. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna say, stop putting foreign objects in your mouth!
As you slam your staff into the ground with a giant ripple, all of a sudden you watch as the various plant growth in the ground begins to turn to a dark black gray at the base of the staff. It curls across the ground like a line of blighted death and decay seems to spear out across. It manages to catch the bottom and sink up the roots of the creature. As it begins to swell up into its body, you see it taking form. How do you want the blight spell to take hold in its body?
It takes hold? Okay,
how about this? You know, like the petrified forests in Arizona? Can I, like, petrify him?
All right, so as the blight spell spirals across its body like a spider web, just crackling, and its skin it rears up with its arms out in front of it, taut, the muscles locking up like this giant arching statue, its jaws up in the air, holding Percy aloft. As you watch, you hear the scraping and cracking of bark and dried plant matter, its entire form slightly squeaking as it becomes a solid, petrified piece of plant matter. The life force now drained from it, the roots at its sides crack and turn to ash. Part of its form tends to sink to one side in the mud, and now this once very dangerous looking creature is now solid, dead plant matter, holding a wiggling and very unhappy human.
Hey, Percy, how's the weather up there?
Ow.
I would be cheering for you if I wasn't drowning at this very moment. So.
Rich, on that note, too, I need you to go ahead and make a strength check.
Oh my goodness. No, confused strawberry. I think we're good. The someone sent in just like the actual like a screenshot of it. So I think we're good. Let's check it out. The Feywild crocodile. I'm very interested. Okay. It'll be a little blurry. That's fine. Someone called Matthew Russi. If you have to give credits on stream. I'm not sure. Oh, but it's unofficial and not confirmed by Matt. So, but these are like the assumed statistics based on what's on CR stats. The link in the Discord doesn't go there, only to the refined site. Okay, let's see. Thanks to Drizzle for the art. Rebuilding the creature. Okay. So these are all kind of assumptions on what it may or may not have. And then this is the refined stat block based on that. I see. Oh, the one you linked before did. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So, bunch of HP makes sense. Swim, yup. Mostly seeing if there's anything that I missed. Okay, that makes sense as a regen condition, which I'm assuming since Matt hasn't confirmed or denied this is, someone kind of guessing at what the regen condition is going to be. The only thing I will say, and especially since we didn't get any confirmation of what may or may not actually disrupt the regeneration, besides something that disrupts general healing like Chill Touch, since we didn't get any confirmation of what does it, I think that this is a reasonable guess. But I would, in general, regeneration stuff I think is most interesting, or at its most interesting, when it is not easily disruptible, but disruptible given a particular condition that is reasonable to assume that the players will be able to pull off, if that makes sense. Which, within 500 feet of plant life, that's a tough sell on whether or not that's disruptible. That's a tough condition, a little tough. Multi-attack, sure. Bite makes sense. It's all grapple. The tail, it basically gets the confusion condition totally. And then swallow. Crocodile makes one bite attack. If it attack hits, it's swallowed. Yeah. That all tracks. I mean, honestly, I think it's a pretty interesting monster with the bite and the swallow and the tail. Maybe the only thing I might do is if the creature is swallowed, they maybe take a little bit less damage, like maybe like 3d6 or 2d6, and then they're also subject to the hallucinogen. Although I guess it wouldn't matter. Maybe not. Maybe just do a bunch of damage. Yeah, I think the main thing that stands out to me as odd about this guy is the regeneration and specifically the lack of disruption condition on the regen. But other than that, it's definitely a cool monster, and I think decent. Like, to me, this is very like, oh, this is the kind of thing to expect once we get further into the shademirk. Yeah, cool. Cool. CR stats speculation. Yeah, speculation. Yeah, all the speculation makes sense to me. Yeah. Early regen talk. I like the Forgotten Realms lore on trolls, where the myths say that their creator god eats them when they die, but only if they're cooked or pre-digested. But also, that's totally a post-hoc justification. Yeah, I'd agree. I think like wood regeneration makes total sense. They're fucking made out of wood. So they if they take fire damage, it disrupts it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that fire would have made a lot of sense for this guy. Even like, I don't know how you would codify this, but like it would maybe if it's necrotic damage. So in the same way that like a wood is if they take fire damage, maybe if this thing takes necrotic damage, then its regeneration is disrupted because it's, made of this like life-giving plants and it sucks it up from the plant life. That could be kind of interesting if it was disrupted by necrotic, because necrotic's not like it's common enough to where you can rely on the fact that someone in the party can probably pull it off, but it's not super common to the point that it's gonna be like they might just like accidentally run into it if they're not already trying to be strategic. Like Blight does necrotic damage, but she did Blight very much on purpose. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe something small like that. But other than that, cool. Speculated it's a mix of T-Rex, Behir, and Crocodile. Yeah, interesting. And if this, I think the only thing, everything else was like pretty interesting. Like the moment that he narrated the stinger, I was immediately on guard against Venom. So that didn't surprise me at all, and it was very interesting. The biting and swallowing was a little strange, but I could mostly justify it. And once they said that, it's huge, then the swallow makes perfect sense. I think I might have narrated the size maybe a little bit, and I think that Matt was using a D4, or not a D4, but like a 4-tile minifig. So I might have used, the standard like 3-tile to convey that, because the swallow was a bit weird to me. But other than that, I think very cool. I think it used the environment well. It's foreshadowing the environment we're going into. And it's a unique fight. Like, it did unique things, and they had to operate in unique ways about it. Like, you saw, like, not Percy, Sam have an interesting strategy. Grog had an interesting moment. Keyleth, while she just used spells, she didn't like do anything too crazy with like her environment or any of those interactions. She was picking spells very deliberately against this monster, so that's cool. So yeah, everything about that combat I would give like a big above average. It's only taking it down from being excellent in my book because of the weird regen. But if we ignore the weird regen, that entire encounter gets a 2 thumbs up. Big excellent from me. I think it's a great, more introductory way of teaching your players how to play differently against different opponents. And especially as we're going to go into a new biome. I think that's very cool. The Feywild Croc is probably one of my favorite novel creatures for current CR. Yeah, it's a very cool, Like it
Take a
was,
break.
Oh, take a break. It was changed in a very particular way. Yeah. And I think it was used in its environment very well. Yeah, I still give it 2 thumbs up. It's probably like top 5 combats for me. It doesn't stand out as much as like the Kevdak fight. But or maybe even the Briarwood fight, just because I love Silas so much. But I think it's like top 5, easily top 10, probably top 5 for me. Yeah, that was really cool. That was very, very cool. I don't have like a, there's nothing in particular to gush about, but it's like a solid homebrew that was put in an environment where it was really well executed and it like totally fits what's coming next. Yeah. Very sick. Okay. So we have a bit less than an hour left and probably not a lot of combat. Maybe there's more, but probably not. I'm debating if we can do the entire thing. I'm debating it because I would want to leave it here if we were gonna split it. I think I'm gonna err on the side of being pushed through. You always want me to push through amusingly Saunders. I get it. But I think I'm gonna opt for not because my voice is already kind of low. I knew that coming in today, and if I push through, I will probably not be able to stream for like 2 or 3 days. You think about your health? It's honestly like, I mean, I appreciate people saying to think about my health. I totally appreciate that. It's not even like really I'll feel bad or I'll feel good. It'll just reduce my ability to stream at all the next 3 days. So I need to go a little bit slower. Normally I think you should do a break, but I think you can do this one. Resting your voice is important. We'll see. Honestly, if I had a greater amount of trust in my own estimations, I might push through. But I frankly don't. So we're going to see. We're going to do the next episode. I'm locking it in for Sunday. And then we're going to see how short it is. And if it's crazy short, then I'll know for next time that the talking budget is really honing in. But I'm going to play it safe this time. As long as we finally, after many delays, catch up to SGM, I'm good to split it. I will say, no matter what, my really overarching goal is at least 1 episode a week. So like we're always starting a new episode on Wednesday. So we'll be starting 63 next week, and we'll fill in the rest of 62 between then. So that way we keep a nice, consistent pace. Note to self, no stream on Mondays as they are too close to Wednesday. I mean, it's tough. It depends on... I have certain streams that I do to save my voice. Critical Eyes is not one of them. So it's like... Monday can work to finish if the next one also is either going to be a half ep or is going to be short. So it all depends. It's none of it is hard and fast rules, unfortunately. But my goal is going to be for Sunday to do 62.5. Goal for Sunday, and we'll finish it then, and then we will start 63 on Wednesday. Also, there's some IRL stuff that I want to have my voice for, so that's also a consideration. But with that, I'll see y'all later. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it, and I will see you hopefully on Sunday. That's the goal. If for some reason Sunday doesn't work like it didn't this week, then it'll be Monday. But it will definitely not be Friday or Saturday. I can guarantee you that. So, I will see y'all later. Goodbye. Have a good week. See you next time. Goodbye.